Welcome, young wizard, to a journey through the forgotten corners of magical history. Tonight, we venture beyond the famous tales everyone knows, into the shadowed archives where lost stories gather dust and whisper secrets. In these peaceful hours before dawn, let yourself drift through chronicles that time nearly erased, ancient wizards whose names faded from history books, magical artifacts lost to legend, creatures that once roamed but are now mere whispers in old texts. Close your eyes and settle into this realm of forgotten lore, where every mystery holds fragments of a larger magical truth waiting to be rediscovered. In the misty dawn hours, when ancient magic feels closest to our waking world, we turn our attention to treasures that time has forgotten, the lost artifacts of Hogwarts' legendary founders. These are not the famous relics that students whisper about in common rooms, but the deeper mysteries that even the castle's oldest portraits have ceased to remember. Tonight, let these forgotten wonders carry you into peaceful dreams, where lost magic still gleams with the promise of discovery. Beyond the sword, the diadem, the locket, and the cup that history remembers, each founder possessed collections of magical artifacts that rivaled the treasures of ancient kings. These were not mere possessions, but extensions of their very souls, crafted during the golden age of magic when the boundaries between wizard and wonder were gossamer thin. In the twilight years of their lives, when disagreements grew sharp as winter winds and trust became as fragile as morning frost, many of these precious objects were hidden away, sealed by magic so powerful that their locations died with their creators. The tale begins with whispers of a fifth founder, a figure so thoroughly erased from history that even their name has become a void in the magical record. Some scholars who delved too deeply into Hogwarts' origins spoke of Morgana Nightshade, a witch whose mastery of shadow magic made even Salazar Slytherin seem tame by comparison. Her artifacts, they claimed, were rejected by the other founders, not for their darkness, but for their terrible beauty. Objects that could grant any wish, but at costs too horrific to contemplate. Legend holds that Nightshade's rejected treasures were sealed beneath the castle, in a chamber that exists between floors, accessible only when all four houses' common rooms fall silent at the same moment. Her obsidian mirror, which could show the viewer any truth they desired to know, was said to have driven 3 successive headmasters to madness before being hidden away forever. But even among the accepted founders, secrets ran deeper than the lake that borders the castle grounds. Godric Gryffindor, remembered for his magnificent sword, once possessed a complete suit of enchanted armor that made him nearly invincible in battle. The shield bore the true Gryffindor coat of arms, not the simple lion that adorns house banners today, but a complex heraldry that told the story of every noble deed performed by his bloodline. When raised in battle, this shield could deflect not just physical attacks, but curses, hexes, and even the cruel words that cut deeper than any blade. The gauntlets that completed his war gear were perhaps more precious than the sword itself. Forged from meteoric metal and blessed by the last of the giant smiths, they granted their wearer the strength to wield weapons meant for beings twice human size. More remarkably, they could channel the wearer's courage into pure magical energy, creating blasts of golden light that could turn the tide of any battle. Gryffindor wore these gauntlets during the Great Goblin Rebellions, and witnesses claimed that when he raised his fists to the sky, the very heavens seemed to respond with thunder that spoke of justice and righteousness. Yet even these mighty artifacts paled before Gryffindor's greatest treasure, a ruby the size of a dragon's egg, cut with facets that seemed to contain tiny flames. This was the heart of valor, a gem that could awaken courage in the most cowardly heart and grant temporary invincibility to those who fought for truly noble causes. The ruby was lost during Gryffindor's final quest, a journey to the edge of the known magical world, to retrieve something precious that had been stolen from someone he loved. He returned without the heart of valor, but carrying something even more valuable, a baby girl with eyes like starlight, whom he raised as his own daughter. The ruby, some say, was traded to powers beyond mortal understanding as payment for the child's freedom from a curse that would have doomed her to a life of eternal servitude. High in Ravenclaw Tower, where the very air still hums with intellectual curiosity, Rowena Ravenclaw once maintained an observatory that made modern magical astronomy seem like child's finger painting. Her collection of celestial instruments could track not just the movement of stars and planets, but the subtle influences they exerted on magical events throughout history. The chronoscope of hours could show how any significant magical event created ripples through time, affecting spellcasting for generations afterward. Through this device, Ravenclaw discovered that certain magical acts created temporal echoes, moments when the same spell, cast in the same location centuries later, would carry amplified power due to resonance with its historical predecessor. Her constellation charts were not mere maps, but living documents that updated themselves as the heavens changed, revealing connections between celestial events and magical phenomena that modern wizards can only dream of understanding. These charts showed which spells were strongest during specific astronomical alignments, which potions required celestial timing for maximum effectiveness, and most remarkably, which combinations of star positions could temporarily grant witches and wizards abilities far beyond their normal magical capacity. Ravenclaw used this knowledge to plan the construction of Hogwarts itself, ensuring that each tower and corridor was positioned to channel cosmic energy in ways that enhanced learning and magical development. The most precious of her lost instruments was the Mirror of Minds, a device that could display the thoughts and dreams of anyone whose name was spoken before it. Unlike crude legilimency, which required direct mental contact and often caused discomfort, the Mirror of Minds worked through sympathetic magic, connecting to its subjects across any distance without their knowledge. Ravenclaw used this device not for spying but for education, understanding how different students learned best and adapting her teaching methods accordingly. The mirror could show not just current thoughts but memories, fears, aspirations, and the deep psychological patterns that shaped each individual's approach to magic. This remarkable artifact was hidden away after Ravenclaw's daughter Helena stole and broke it in a fit of adolescent rage. The shattered pieces were gathered by the grieving founder and sealed away with magic so complex that it would take a combination of intellectual brilliance, emotional wisdom, and pure magical power to even locate them, let alone restore the mirror's function. Some believe the pieces were scattered throughout the castle, hidden in locations that test different aspects of human nature. One piece demanding courage to reach, another requiring cunning, a third accessible only through loyalty, and the fourth hidden where it can be found only by those who seek knowledge for its own sake rather than personal gain. In the depths of the castle, where shadows pool like dark water and secrets whisper in voices only serpents can understand, Salazar Slytherin's true legacy lies hidden far beyond the Chamber of Secrets that bears his name. That famous chamber, with its basilisk guardian and hidden entrance, was merely the most obvious of Slytherin's concealed workshops. The founder's paranoid nature ensured that he created multiple hidden chambers, each containing different aspects of his magical research and artifact collection. The first chamber, never discovered by any headmaster or student, contained Slytherin's collection of serpent-related artifacts that made his ability to speak with snakes seem like a parlor trick. The crown of Serpent Kings, forged from the shed skin of 1,000 different magical snakes, granted its wearer the ability to command any reptilian creature, from the smallest garden snake to the mightiest dragon. More than mere communication, this crown created a psychic link that allowed the wearer to see through serpentine eyes across vast distances, creating a spy network that could monitor events throughout the magical world. His cloak of scales was woven from the shed skins of the rarest magical serpents, each scale carefully preserved and treated with potions that enhanced its natural magical resistance. When worn, this cloak made its bearer immune to most forms of magical detection and granted the ability to move with serpentine grace, slithering through spaces that should have been too small for human passage. The cloak could also shed its outer layer like a snake's skin, leaving behind a perfect duplicate that would maintain the wearer's appearance and scent for several hours while they escaped in a completely different form. But Slytherin's most closely guarded secret was the Codex Serpentium, a massive tome bound in the hide of a basilisk that had died of old age rather than violence. This book contained the accumulated knowledge of every serpent that had ever lived, their memories and wisdom preserved through dark magic that bordered on necromancy. Through this codex, Slytherin could access the racial memory of snakes, learning secrets that had been passed down through serpentine bloodlines for millennia. The book revealed the locations of hidden magical sites throughout the world, the true names of ancient magical creatures, and most disturbing of all, the methods by which human consciousness could be transferred into serpentine form for the purpose of achieving a twisted form of immortality. The codex was hidden away not because it was too dangerous for others to use, but because Slytherin feared what would happen if it fell into the hands of someone who might use it against him. The founder had made too many enemies through his extremist views on magical blood purity, and he understood that the knowledge contained in the codex could be turned into weapons that even he could not defend against. Before his departure from Hogwarts, he sealed the codex with a curse that would kill anyone who opened it, unless they possessed both the ability to speak with serpents and a direct blood connection to his family line. Sweet Helga Hufflepuff, beloved by her students and respected by her peers, maintained collections that seemed gentle on the surface but contained depths of power that few could fathom. Her kitchens, located far below even the current house kitchens that serve the school today, were workshops where she crafted magical foods that could heal both body and soul. Her recipe collections, written in her careful hand on parchment made from wheat she had grown herself, contained formulas for dishes that could cure magical maladies which no potion could touch. The bread of binding could repair broken relationships, causing those who shared a loaf to understand each other's perspectives with perfect clarity. The soup of sorrows could draw grief from the deepest wounds of the heart, allowing those who consumed it to process loss and trauma without being destroyed by the experience. Most precious of all was her recipe for the Feast of Forever, a complete meal that could extend a person's natural lifespan by decades if prepared and consumed under the proper conditions during the alignment of specific magical constellations. Her garden tools, carved from woods that grew only in groves blessed by earth elementals, could coax growth from the most barren soil and encourage magical plants to share their properties more freely. The spade of sprouting could plant seeds that would grow into fully mature magical herbs within a single day, while her watering can of wonders could produce any liquid a plant required for optimal growth, from morning dew collected during a solar eclipse to tears of joy shed by grateful patients. But Hufflepuff's greatest treasures were her healing implements, tools that combined her exceptional knowledge of herbology with magic so gentle that patients often didn't realize they were being treated until their ailments had completely vanished. Her mortar and pestle of mercy could transform even the most bitter and dangerous magical plants into healing compounds that tasted like honey and caused no side effects. The cauldron of caring could brew potions that healed not just physical ailments but emotional wounds, magical exhaustion, and even the spiritual damage caused by prolonged exposure to dark magic. Most remarkably, Hufflepuff possessed the Loom of Life, a device that could weave bandages and healing garments from plant fibers that had been grown specifically for each patient's unique needs. These magical textiles could accelerate healing, provide protection against specific curses, and even grant temporary magical abilities to those who wore them. The loom could analyze a person's magical signature and create clothing that enhanced their natural abilities while compensating for their weaknesses. These precious tools were hidden away during the final years before Hufflepuff's death, when she realized that the growing tensions between the founders might lead to open conflict. She feared that her healing artifacts might be perverted into weapons by those who didn't understand the sacred nature of her mission. The location she chose for their concealment was as gentle as she was. A grove deep in the Forbidden Forest where magical creatures came to heal their own injuries, protected by ancient ward stones that would admit only those who approached with pure intentions of helping others. The final conflict between the founders, when it came, was not the simple disagreement over blood purity that history records. The truth was far more complex and heartbreaking, involving betrayals of friendship, accusations of corruption, and the discovery that one among them had been dabbling in magic so dark that it threatened to corrupt the very foundations of the school they had built together. The artifacts each founder had created were hidden not just to protect them from potential thieves, but to prevent them from being used as weapons in a war that would have destroyed everything they had worked to build. In the deepest basement of Hogwarts, far below the dungeons where potions classes are held and students serve detentions, lies a vault that has been sealed for over 1,000 years. This chamber, known only through references in the founders' private journals, was where they stored their most dangerous collaborative creations, artifacts that required the combined power of all 4 founders to create and contained magic so potent that it could reshape the wizarding world itself. The compass of intentions, created during their first year of friendship, could reveal the true motives behind any person's actions, no matter how skillfully they concealed their real purposes. This artifact was used to identify students who posed genuine threats to the school community, but it also revealed uncomfortable truths about the founders themselves as their relationships began to deteriorate. The compass showed that even their noble intentions were sometimes tainted by pride, jealousy, and the desire for personal recognition. The scales of justice could weigh the moral worth of any action, showing whether a deed was truly right or wrong regardless of its apparent consequences. This artifact forced the founders to confront the reality that some of their methods, while effective, caused harm that their good intentions could not justify. The scales revealed that Slytherin's extremism was motivated not by hatred, but by a genuine fear that the wizarding world was losing its connection to its magical heritage, while simultaneously showing that his proposed solutions would cause far more harm than the problems he sought to address. Most terrible of all was the Mirror of Truth, which could show the ultimate consequences of any decision across all possible futures. This artifact drove the founders to the edge of madness as they realized that every choice they made created ripples that would affect countless generations of witches and wizards. They saw futures where their school became a force for great good, and others where it became a breeding ground for dark wizards who would terrorize the world. The weight of such knowledge proved too much for mortal minds to bear, and by mutual agreement they sealed the mirror away where it could never be consulted again. The vault that contains these artifacts is protected by more than mere locks and keys. Each founder contributed a different type of guardian: Gryffindor's courage-testing trials, Ravenclaw's riddles that require not just intelligence but wisdom, Hufflepuff's challenges that demand patience and genuine goodness of heart, and Slytherin's serpentine guardians that respond only to those who can prove their connection to the school's original purpose. The combined protections ensure that only someone who embodies the best qualities of all four houses could ever hope to breach the vault's defenses. Even if such a person could be found, opening the vault would require something that no longer exists: unanimous agreement from the heads of all four houses, sealed with magic that binds their decision across all possible futures. The founders designed this final protection because they understood that their greatest creations were also their most dangerous ones, and that future generations might lack the wisdom to use such power responsibly. In the deepest hours of night, when the boundary between our world and the realm of lost wonders grows thin as morning mist, we turn our attention to creatures that once filled the magical world with their presence, but now exist only in the fading memories of the very oldest wizards. These are not the dragons that still soar above remote mountains or the unicorns that still dance in hidden glades, but the magnificent beings whose songs have been silenced forever, whose magic has passed beyond the veil of time. Let their stories carry you gently into sleep, where extinct wonders still roam free in the endless forests of dream. The moon calves that students learn about today are pale shadows of their ancestral glory, diminished creatures whose dance has lost its ancient power. But in ages past, when magic flowed more freely through the world and the barriers between dimensions were gossamer thin, the great mooncalf herds numbered in the thousands. These were not the timid, rabbit-like creatures that modern wizards occasionally glimpse in moonlit clearings, but beings the size of elk, their silver fur gleaming with an inner light that rivaled the moon itself. The ancient mooncalves possessed intelligence that approached human levels, and their lunar ceremonies were events of such magical significance that wizards would travel for months just to witness them from a respectful distance. During the full moon of each season, the great herds would gather in sacred circles that had been trampled into the earth by countless generations of their ancestors. As they began their slow, graceful dance, the very fabric of reality would shimmer and bend around them, creating windows into parallel worlds where different versions of history had unfolded. These ceremonial gatherings were not mere displays of instinctual behavior, but complex rituals that maintained the balance between the magical and mundane worlds. The mooncalves served as living bridges, their dance channeling lunar energy into the earth itself and ensuring that magical creatures throughout the world could thrive during the darkest months of winter. Their movements followed patterns that had been passed down through racial memory for millennia, each step precisely calculated to align with celestial forces that modern astronomy has forgotten how to measure. The great herds began to decline during the 13th century, when a catastrophic alignment of planets created magical storms that disrupted their ancestral gathering places. Without the ability to perform their full ceremonial cycles, the mooncalves' connection to lunar magic began to weaken. Their size diminished with each generation, their intelligence faded to simple animal cunning, and their numbers dwindled until only the small, scattered populations we know today remain as echoes of their former glory. The last great gathering was witnessed by a wizard named Cornelius Nightwatcher, whose detailed journals describe a ceremony of such heartbreaking beauty that he wept silver tears that hardened into moonstones. As the few remaining giant mooncalves performed their final dance, cracks appeared in the air around them, and through these rifts poured the spirits of their ancestors, joining the dance one last time, before fading into the eternal moonlight that exists beyond all earthly skies. High above the Scottish Highlands, where storm clouds gather like ancient battlefields, there once flew dragons whose very existence challenged everything modern wizards believe about these magnificent creatures. The storm-winged dragons were beings of pure elemental power, their scales shifting between deep purple and silver white as they rode the winds of tempests that they themselves had summoned. Unlike the earthbound dragons that still guard hoards of gold and precious gems, the Stormwings lived entirely in the air, nesting on clouds that they had transformed into solid matter through magic that has been lost for over 2,000 years. These aerial leviathans were larger than any dragon species that survives today, their wingspans stretching nearly 200 feet from tip to tip. But their true magnificence lay not in their size, but in their mastery over weather itself. A single Stormwing could summon hurricanes that would reshape coastlines, call down lightning that would split mountains, or create blizzards that would bury entire cities beneath pristine snow. They were not malevolent creatures, but forces of nature in their purest form, maintaining the atmospheric balance that allowed other magical creatures to flourish. The Stormwings communicated through thunder itself, their voices rolling across the sky in complex patterns that told stories of wind and rain, of the birth of storms and the gentle dying of tempests. They spoke of things that ground-dwelling creatures could never understand. The secret names of clouds, the hidden pathways that lightning follows through the sky, the ancient songs that the aurora borealis sings to the polar ice. Their extinction came not through violence, but through a more subtle tragedy. As human civilization expanded and magical creatures were forced into smaller territories, the natural weather patterns that the Stormwings required for their reproduction were disrupted. Their cloud nests began to dissipate, unable to maintain their solid form in skies polluted by industrial magic and mechanical contraptions that interfered with atmospheric magic. The last known Stormwing was seen during the Great Storm of 1867, a magnificent silver dragon that emerged from a hurricane off the coast of Ireland, circled the sky 3 times in a gesture that seemed almost like a farewell, and then dissolved into the wind itself, becoming one with the storm it could no longer control. Beneath the waves of the North Sea, in depths where sunlight has never penetrated and pressure would crush any surface-dwelling creature, there once thrived a civilization that rivaled the greatest accomplishments of human magical society. The Grindylow Empire was not the crude, savage community that modern wizards imagine when they think of these water demons, but a sophisticated culture whose underwater cities were marvels of magical architecture that made Atlantis seem like a fishing village. The Imperial Grindylows were beings of terrible beauty, their humanoid forms perfectly adapted for life in the deepest ocean trenches. Their pale green skin could photosynthesize magic from the mineral-rich waters around underwater volcanic vents, while their elongated fingers were capable of manipulating water itself as if it were solid matter. They possessed a form of echolocation so advanced that they could navigate in perfect darkness and communicate across vast underwater distances through sounds too complex for human ears to distinguish. Their greatest city, Abyssos, was built inside a massive underwater mountain that they had hollowed out over centuries of patient labor. The city's spiraling towers were carved from black volcanic glass and decorated with bioluminescent coral that created patterns of living light, visible from miles away. At the heart of the city stood the Palace of Depths, where the Grindylow Emperor held court beneath a ceiling that showed real-time images of the surface world, allowing the aquatic rulers to observe the activities of land-dwelling creatures without ever leaving their domain. The Grindylows' mastery of water magic exceeded anything that surface wizards ever achieved. They could create solid constructs from seawater that were stronger than steel, summon tsunami waves with pinpoint accuracy, and most remarkably, they could temporarily grant water-breathing abilities to air-breathing creatures, allowing for limited diplomatic contact with surface magical communities. Their libraries contained knowledge about ocean currents, tidal forces, and marine magic that could have revolutionized magical understanding. but this wisdom died with them. The fall of the Grindylow Empire came during a war with the deep-dwelling giants who lived in ocean trenches even deeper than Grindylow territory. These battles raged for decades in the deepest parts of the sea, causing underwater earthquakes that shifted tectonic plates and changed the very geography of the ocean floor. As their cities crumbled and their population dwindled, the surviving Grindylows devolved into the primitive, aggressive creatures that modern wizards occasionally encounter in lake depths and river pools, all memory of their glorious civilization lost to the crushing darkness of the deep. In the forests of ancient Scotland, where magic pooled like morning dew, and every tree whispered secrets older than recorded history, there once lived phoenix variants, whose powers of regeneration extended far beyond the simple death and rebirth cycle known to modern wizards. The Aurora Phoenix possessed feathers that shifted through every color of the rainbow, and their tears could heal not just physical wounds but damage to the soul itself. When these magnificent birds sang, their voices could restore sanity to those driven mad by dark magic, repair memories that had been damaged by trauma, and even resurrect hope in hearts that had been broken beyond all mortal healing. Unlike their desert-dwelling cousins who built nests of cinnamon and myrrh, the Aurora Phoenix created their homes from crystallized starlight, gathering fragments of meteorites that fell during specific celestial events and weaving them together with their own lustrous feathers. These nests existed partially in our world and partially in the realm of pure light, allowing the Phoenix to travel instantly between any location where Aurora Borealis was visible. The most remarkable of the lost Phoenix species was the Temporal Phoenix, whose mastery over time itself made them among the most powerful magical creatures that ever existed. These birds did not simply die and return to life, but could move backward and forward through their own timeline, experiencing their entire existence as a continuous loop of learning and growth. A temporal phoenix could visit its own past to prevent disasters, travel to its future to gain knowledge of coming events, and even split its consciousness across multiple time periods simultaneously. The healing powers of the temporal phoenix were beyond anything recorded in magical history. Their tears could restore victims of aging curses to their youth. Their songs could heal wounds that had been suffered years in the past. And most miraculous of all, their feathers could be used to create potions that granted limited time travel abilities to human wizards. A single temporal phoenix feather, properly prepared, could allow a wizard to revisit a moment from their past and make different choices, though the magical cost of such interventions was enormous. These godlike birds began to disappear during the Renaissance, when increased human activity disrupted the temporal streams that they required for their unique form of existence. The invention of mechanical clocks and the standardization of time measurement created paradoxes that interfered with their ability to navigate through temporal dimensions. The last known temporal phoenix was observed by the wizard historian Bathilda Bagshot's great-grandmother, who described watching the magnificent creature attempt to return to its nest only to find that the temporal coordinates no longer existed, leaving the phoenix trapped in a single moment of time until it simply faded away like a beautiful dream upon waking. In the vast savannas of ancient Africa, where magical creatures roamed in numbers that dwarfed the populations of today, there existed a civilization of human wizards whose primary purpose was the care and protection of the most dangerous magical creature ever known to exist, the Great Nundu. These were not the solitary predators that modern wizards fear to encounter, but an entire pride of these leopard-like beasts whose breath could kill thousands and whose very presence could wither grasslands into lifeless deserts. The Nundu Keepers were a unique culture that developed magical immunities over thousands of years of careful breeding and ritualistic exposure to Nundu toxins. Their children were raised from birth with gradually increasing exposure to Nundu breath, until they could walk unprotected among the great cats without suffering any ill effects. This immunity came at a cost. The keepers' lifespans were shortened to an average of 40 years, and they could never venture far from Africa without their magical resistance beginning to fail. The relationship between keepers and Nundu was not one of master and servant, but of symbiotic partnership that benefited both species. The Nundu required the magical cultivation that the keepers provided, using their human partner's magic to enhance their own natural abilities and create the complex toxin mixtures that made them so deadly. In return, the Nundu protected the keepers' territory from invasion by other dangerous creatures and provided magical materials from their own bodies that the keepers used to create powerful protective talismans. The keeper civilization built magnificent cities from stone that had been treated with Nundu breath, making their buildings immune to magical attack and virtually indestructible through conventional means. Their libraries contained detailed knowledge about poison magic, antidotes for every known toxin, and most remarkably, techniques for using controlled exposure to dangerous substances as a method of magical enhancement. A keeper wizard who had survived the full initiation process possessed immunity to nearly every form of magical poison and could create antidotes for toxins that would kill other wizards instantly. The fall of the Nundu keepers began when European wizards arrived in Africa and began hunting the great cats for their magical properties, not understanding that killing even a single Nundu would disrupt the delicate balance that the keepers had maintained for millennia. As the Nundu population declined, the surviving cats became increasingly aggressive and uncontrollable, turning on their former partners and destroying the very civilization that had protected them. The last keeper settlement was abandoned in the 17th century, its magical stone buildings still standing empty in the African wilderness, slowly being reclaimed by desert sands that no longer fear the breath of the great cats. Deep in the heart of the forbidden forest, where even Hagrid treads carefully and centaurs speak in whispers of things best left undisturbed, there once existed sanctuaries for magical creatures whose very names have been erased from history. These refuges were not built by human wizards, but created through collaborative magic between different magical species, each contributing their unique abilities to construct havens where the most vulnerable creatures could survive during periods of persecution or environmental catastrophe. The Sanctuary of Whispers was a massive hollow tree whose interior had been expanded through growth magic until it rivaled the size of a cathedral. Here, creatures that relied on sound for survival, such as the extinct melody mice whose songs could heal plant diseases, and the lost choir birds whose harmonies could make barren ground fertile, gathered during the harsh winter months when their natural food sources were unavailable. The tree itself was alive and sentient, its ancient consciousness serving as mediator and protector for the creatures that sheltered within its wooden walls. The Cavern of Lights housed creatures whose biology depended on magical illumination, beings like the prism butterflies whose wings could bend light into solid barriers, and the star beetles whose bioluminescent patterns could reveal hidden magical auras. The cavern walls were lined with crystals that stored sunlight during the day and released it gradually throughout the night, creating an environment where light-dependent creatures could thrive regardless of season or weather conditions. Most mysterious of all was the Pool of Reflections, a perfectly circular body of water whose surface showed not the viewer's reflection, but images of other magical creatures experiencing similar emotions. Empathic creatures, such as the emotion wisps who fed on strong feelings, and the sympathy slugs whose slime could transfer emotional states between different species, used this pool as a communication network that spanned the entire magical world. Through the pool, Creatures in the Forbidden Forest could share experiences with their kin in the Amazon rainforest, the Siberian tundra, or the Australian outback. These sanctuaries were connected by a network of magical pathways that allowed safe travel between different refuges. But the secret of creating these paths was known only to a council of creatures whose species have all since become extinct. As these guardian species disappeared, the pathways began to fail, leaving the sanctuaries isolated and vulnerable. One by one, the refuges were abandoned or destroyed, their magical protections failing as the creatures who had maintained them vanished into legend. The connection between extinct magical creatures and the fading of ancient magic is not merely coincidental, but represents one of the most profound magical principles that modern wizards have forgotten. Each species of magical creature served as a living repository for specific types of magical knowledge and power, their very existence maintaining certain magical forces in the world through biological processes that were as natural to them as breathing. When the great stormwings disappeared, the magical weather patterns they had maintained for millennia began to deteriorate, leading to the gradual weakening of atmospheric magic throughout the world. Modern wizards wonder why weather control spells have become so unreliable, not realizing that they are attempting to manipulate forces that no longer have their natural caretakers. The extinction of the Aurora Phoenix meant the loss of healing magic that could repair spiritual damage, which explains why modern magical medicine, for all its advances, still struggles to treat certain types of psychological trauma and soul-deep injuries. The techniques exist in ancient texts, but without the phoenix tears that were essential components in the most powerful healing potions, these remedies can no longer be prepared. Most tragically, the loss of empathic creature species has led to the gradual decline of emotional magic throughout the wizarding world. Spells that once reliably influenced mood and feeling have become unpredictable, while charms designed to create emotional bonds between people often fail entirely. The magical creatures that once facilitated these types of magic through their natural abilities are gone, leaving human wizards to attempt emotional manipulation through crude artificial means that lack the subtle understanding that only living beings could provide. The pattern continues across every school of magic. Divination becomes less reliable as prophetic creatures disappear. Transfiguration grows more difficult without the shape-changing animals that once served as magical focal points, and even simple household spells require more energy as the creatures whose life force once powered such magic fade into extinction. Modern wizards cast their spells in a world that grows magically poorer with each passing year, not understanding that they are practicing a diminished art in a diminished world. Yet, in the deepest parts of the Forbidden Forest, where shadows hold memories and time moves differently than in the outside world, some say that echoes of these lost creatures still linger. Students who venture too far from the marked paths report glimpsing silver figures that might be mooncalf spirits still attempting their eternal dance, or hearing distant thunder that carries messages in a language no living creature understands. These may be merely fantasies born of fear and exhaustion, or they might be signs that some forms of magic are too fundamental to disappear entirely, persisting in ghostly form, even after their physical vessels have been destroyed. The great tragedy of magical extinction is not simply the loss of individual species, but the breaking of an intricate web of relationships that had developed over millions of years of magical evolution. Each creature that vanishes takes with it irreplaceable knowledge about the workings of magic itself, leaving gaps in understanding that can never be filled by academic study or theoretical research. The magical world grows smaller and quieter with each extinction, like a symphony losing instruments one by one, until only a few lonely voices remain to carry melodies that were once performed by a full orchestra. In the hushed hours before dawn, when the air itself seems to hold its breath in anticipation of morning's first light, we turn our wandering thoughts to the sacred craft of wand-making, not the familiar traditions that students learn about in Diagon Alley, but the ancient mysteries that died with their practitioners centuries ago. These are the forgotten arts that once created wands of such power that they could reshape reality with a whisper, techniques so closely guarded that entire bloodlines chose extinction rather than reveal their secrets. Let these tales of lost mastery carry you gently towards sleep, where the echo of vanished magic still resonates in the spaces between dream and memory. Long before Garrick Ollivander's great-grandfather opened the first shop on Diagon Alley, before the name Ollivander became synonymous with fine wandcraft throughout Britain, there existed wand-making families whose techniques were so extraordinary that their very existence was considered dangerous by the magical authorities of their time. These were not mere craftsmen but magical artists whose understanding of the deep connections between wizard and wand bordered on the mystical, creating instruments that were less tools than extensions of their owners' very souls. The House of Thornwood, whose workshop stood where London's financial district sprawls today, specialized in wands that could channel emotion itself as a form of magic. Their secret lay in harvesting wood only from trees that had witnessed great love stories, ancient oaks beneath which countless couples had pledged their devotion, willows that had sheltered tearful farewells, apple trees that had shaded first kisses between young sweethearts. The Thornwood masters would spend months in meditation with each tree before taking even a single branch, learning the emotional history contained within its rings, and understanding how that accumulated feeling could be channeled through wandcraft. These emotion wands required cores that were equally unusual, not the standardized phoenix feather, dragon heartstring, or unicorn hair that modern wandmakers employ, but materials harvested from magical creatures in specific emotional states. The heart song of a phoenix in love created wands that could heal broken relationships with a single charm. The crystallized tear of a dragon mourning its deceased mate produced wands capable of magic so powerful that grief itself became a source of incredible magical energy. Most prized of all were cores made from the dream essence of sleeping unicorns, gathered during the brief moments when these pure creatures experienced nightmares, creating wands that could transform the darkest magic into instruments of healing and redemption. The Thornwood family's greatest creation was a wand made for a wizard whose name has been deliberately erased from all historical records, a man whose love for someone he could never have drove him to commission an instrument that could literally rewrite the nature of love itself. The wand was crafted from heartwood, taken from the center of a 1,000-year-old oak, beneath which legend claimed Merlin himself had once courted a mortal woman. Its core fashioned from the crystallized essence of unrequited love that had been collected from dozens of broken hearts over centuries of careful gathering. When completed, the wand possessed the power to make any person fall genuinely in love with its wielder, not through crude compulsion or artificial enchantment, but by revealing the deep compatibility that existed between their souls. The magic was so subtle and complete that those affected would never realize their feelings had been magically induced. To them, the love would feel as natural and inevitable as sunrise. The ethical implications of such a creation horrified the magical community, and the Thornwood family was forced to destroy both the wand and all records of its construction, taking their own lives rather than face trial for crimes against free will. In the misty highlands of Scotland, where ancient magic flows through the earth like underground rivers, the clan MacFirth maintained wand-making traditions that drew power directly from the wild magic that permeates Celtic lands. Their workshops were not built structures but natural clearings where the barriers between the magical and mundane worlds were thin enough to allow direct manipulation of raw magical force. The MacFirth wand makers worked naked beneath the open sky, their bodies painted with symbols drawn in their own blood mixed with crushed gemstones, allowing them to channel wild magic through their own life force into the wands they created. These wild magic wands were instruments of incredible potency but also terrible unpredictability, each one containing so much raw magical energy that they could perform feats that seemed impossible even by magical standards. A Macbeth wand could summon storms that would rage for weeks, transform entire hillsides into different landscapes, or grant its wielder temporary godlike powers that lasted until the next full moon. The price of such power was that the wands slowly consumed their owner's life force, burning through years of natural lifespan with each major spell cast. The Macbeth masters knew that their creations were too dangerous for general use and created them only for warriors who expected to die young in battle, against magical threats too powerful for conventional weapons to defeat. These battle mages would wield their wild magic wands for perhaps a year before the accumulated strain killed them, but in that brief time they could accomplish feats that would be remembered in legend for centuries afterward. The clan's destruction came during a particularly severe magical storm that lasted 3 months, during which the wild magic they channeled became so intense that it began consuming everything within a 50-mile radius of their workshop. Trees turned to crystal, rivers ran backward uphill, and gravity itself became unreliable as the fundamental forces of reality warped under the strain of containing so much uncontrolled magical energy. The Macbeth masters realized that their techniques had finally exceeded the world's ability to contain them safely, and in a final act of responsibility, they used their own life force to create a massive binding spell that contained the magical chaos at the cost of their own existence. The binding held for centuries, but eventually weakened enough to allow magical researchers to investigate the site. What they found was a perfectly circular area where magic itself had been crystallized into solid form, creating structures of impossible beauty that sang with harmonious chords when touched by sunlight. The crystallized magic contained echoes of every spell the Macbeth masters had ever cast, creating a library of magical knowledge so advanced that modern wizards can barely comprehend its contents. The site remains sealed by ministry order, deemed too dangerous for public access but too valuable to destroy, deep in the German Black Forest, where fairy tales were born and dark magic learned to walk on 2 legs. The Brotherhood of the Singing Wands developed techniques that treated wand making as a form of musical composition. Their workshops were built like concert halls, with perfect acoustics that allowed the wand makers to hear the natural magical frequencies produced by different woods and cores. Each wand was essentially a musical instrument, designed to resonate with its owner's magical signature, creating harmony between wizard and wand that produced magic of unprecedented elegance and precision. The Brotherhood's secret was their understanding that all magic produces sound at frequencies too subtle for normal human hearing, but which could be detected and manipulated by those who knew the proper techniques. They developed methods for tuning wands to specific magical frequencies, creating instruments that could perform magic through pure sound rather than the crude wand waving and incantations that other wizards required. A properly tuned singing wand could cast spells through humming, create complex magical effects through whistling, and perform the most advanced magic simply through the wielder's controlled breathing. Their masterwork was a set of 12 wands created for an orchestra of magical musicians, each one tuned to a different note of the chromatic scale. When played together, these wands could create magic that transcended anything possible with individual casting. They could heal diseases that affected entire cities, alter weather patterns across continents, and most remarkably, they could compose new spells simply through musical improvisation. The magic created by the Singing Wand Orchestra was so beautiful that audiences often wept uncontrollably their emotions overwhelmed by the perfect harmony between sound and magical force. The Brotherhood's decline began when one of their number attempted to create a wand tuned to the fundamental frequency of magic itself, the base note from which all other magical sounds derive. The attempt was partially successful, producing a wand that could theoretically perform any magic that had ever been or ever could be conceived. However, the wand's power was so immense that it created a magical resonance cascade that shattered every other wand within a 100-mile radius and permanently deafened every wizard who heard its first and only note. The surviving Brotherhood members realized that they had touched upon forces too fundamental to be safely manipulated and disbanded their order rather than risk another catastrophe. They scattered across Europe, taking ordinary jobs and never practicing wand-making again, but the musical principles they had discovered lived on in the folk melodies of the Black Forest region, where local farmers still sing ancient songs that can make crops grow faster and protect livestock from magical predators, never knowing that they are practicing a debased form of the Brotherhood's lost art. In the sun-baked deserts of Egypt, where the pyramids cast shadows that have witnessed 40 centuries of magical evolution, the Temple of the Eternal Flame housed wand makers who understood fire magic in ways that modern wizards can barely imagine. Their techniques required them to work in the heart of magical flames that burned without consuming, fires that had been kindled during the reign of the pharaohs and never allowed to extinguish. These eternal flames contained the accumulated magical knowledge of every fire magic practitioner who had ever worked within their light, creating a living library of pyromantic wisdom that grew more powerful with each passing generation. The temple masters created wands that were not carved from wood but grown from flame itself, using techniques that crystallized fire into solid form, while preserving its essential burning nature. These flame wands were warm to the touch and glowed with inner light, their cores fashioned from the heart fire of salamanders, who had chosen to sacrifice their physical forms to become pure magical energy. The resulting instruments could cast fire magic that was simultaneously more controlled and more powerful than anything achieved through conventional methods, creating flames that could burn away curses without harming the cursed, or fires that could warm an entire castle through the coldest winter without consuming any fuel. The most skilled temple masters could create wands from different types of magical fire, cold flames that froze while appearing to burn, healing fires that consumed injury and disease while leaving healthy tissue untouched, and most remarkably, truth flames that could burn away lies and illusions to reveal reality in its naked honesty. These truth fire wands were highly sought after by magical investigators and scholars, but also feared by those whose power depended on deception and hidden knowledge. The temple's destruction came not through external attack, but through internal betrayal, when one of their own masters attempted to steal the eternal flame itself to create a wand of such power that it could grant its wielder dominion over all fire magic throughout the world. The attempt disrupted the delicate magical balance that had maintained the temple for millennia, causing the eternal flame to explode outward in a conflagration that turned hundreds of square miles of desert into a sea of glass that still glows with residual heat on the coldest nights. The glass desert became a pilgrimage site for fire magic practitioners from around the world who come to meditate among the crystallized flames and occasionally discover fragments of the temple master's work embedded in the cooling glass. These fragments retain enough power to enhance fire magic significantly, but they also carry echoes of the tragedy that created them, causing users to experience visions of flames consuming everything they hold dear. Beyond the established wand-making traditions that history has preserved, there existed scattered individuals whose techniques were so unique that they founded no schools and took no apprentices, preferring to die with their secrets rather than risk their methods being corrupted by lesser talents. These solitary masters often spent decades perfecting single techniques, creating perhaps only a handful of wands during their entire lifetimes, but imbuing each one with power that bordered on the miraculous. The wand maker, known only as the Dreamwright, spent 30 years learning to harvest dreams from sleeping dragons, a process so dangerous that it required him to enter the creatures' minds while they slept and extract their most vivid fantasies without awakening them. Dragon dreams, he discovered, contained pure magical potential in its most concentrated form, undiluted by conscious thought or rational limitation. Wands created with dream cores could make any imagined effect temporarily real, limited only by the wielder's ability to visualize and believe in what they wished to accomplish. The Soulbinder was a wand maker whose identity was hidden even from her closest associates, a woman who discovered techniques for incorporating fragments of human souls into wand cores. These soul wands created permanent magical bonds between wizard and instrument that went far beyond normal compatibility. The wand literally became part of its owner's essential being, sharing their thoughts, emotions, and magical capacity in perfect symbiosis. Wizards who possessed soul wands could perform magic that seemed to violate every known law of magical theory, drawing power not just from their own magical cores, but from the collective magical heritage of everyone whose soul fragments had been incorporated into their wands. The Timekeeper created wands from wood that had been aged not through natural processes, but by accelerating its temporal development through controlled exposure to time manipulation magic. These time-aged wands contained the magical potential that the wood would have developed if allowed to grow for thousands of years, compressed into instruments that could manipulate the flow of time itself. A properly prepared time wand could slow moments into hours for its wielder, accelerate healing by speeding up natural recovery processes, or even create small pockets of reverse time, where events could be undone and replayed with different outcomes. Each of these solitary masters took their secrets to the grave, driven by the understanding that their techniques were too powerful and too dangerous to be preserved for future generations. They saw themselves as guardians of knowledge that the world was not ready to safely employ, preferring to let their innovations die rather than risk them being misused by those who lacked the wisdom and restraint that had guided their creation. The wandless magic traditions that existed in various magical communities before wands became the dominant focus method represent perhaps the greatest loss in magical history, not because the techniques themselves were superior to wand magic, but because they preserved understanding about the fundamental nature of magical force that has been forgotten in our tool-dependent age. These traditions understood that wands were aids to focus rather than sources of power, and that the most advanced magic required the wizard to develop such perfect control over their own magical core that external tools became unnecessary. The Aboriginal songline walkers of Australia could reshape landscapes through careful vocal techniques that took decades to master but required no instruments beyond the human voice. Their magic was based on understanding that the earth itself retained memory of every event that had occurred upon its surface, and that by singing the proper sequences of tones, a skilled practitioner could awaken these geological memories and convince the land to return to earlier configurations. The Inuit wind speakers developed techniques for controlling weather through breathwork and meditation practices that allowed them to communicate directly with atmospheric spirits. Their magic required no tools, but demanded such perfect physical and mental conditioning that practitioners often spent 20 years in training before attempting their first weather working. A master wind speaker could summon blizzards or create oases of calm in the worst storms, but the effort required was so intense that most practitioners aged rapidly and rarely lived beyond 50. In the mountains of Tibet, the monastery of the floating stones taught levitation magic that worked through perfect mental discipline rather than mechanical assistance. The monks developed meditation techniques that allowed them to temporarily disconnect their physical forms from the Earth's gravitational influence, achieving flight that was more graceful and controlled than anything possible through broomsticks or other magical devices. Their most advanced practitioners could levitate not just themselves but entire buildings, creating floating temples that moved slowly across the sky, according to patterns that followed celestial movements. These wandless traditions began to decline as global magical communication increased and standardized wand-based techniques spread throughout the world. The convenience and reliability of wand magic made the lengthy training required for wandless techniques seem inefficient, and gradually, the old methods were abandoned in favor of tools that could produce immediate results. The last practitioners died without passing on their knowledge, taking with them understanding about magical principles that modern theory has never recovered. The great tragedy of lost wand-making knowledge is not simply that certain techniques no longer exist, but that the philosophical understanding that guided their development has been forgotten, along with the practical methods. Ancient wand makers understood that the relationship between wizard and wand was a living partnership that grew and evolved over time, requiring constant nurturing and mutual respect. Modern wand making, for all its technical precision, treats wands as manufactured products rather than living entities with their own personalities and preferences. The old masters knew that the most powerful wands required sacrifice from their creators, years of life force channeled into the crafting process, memories deliberately embedded into the wood and core, emotions so intense that they became permanent parts of the wand's magical signature. They understood that creating truly great magical instruments required the wand maker to give up pieces of themselves, literally incorporating their own essence into the tools they created. This sacrificial approach to wand making produced instruments of incredible power and personality, but it also meant that each master could create only a limited number of wands during their lifetime. The knowledge died with them because it could not be taught through words or demonstrations, but only through direct transfer of life experience, memory, and magical understanding from master to apprentice, through processes that fundamentally changed both participants. Modern wand making has gained consistency and safety by abandoning these dangerous techniques, but it has also lost the transcendent possibilities that once made certain wands into legendary artifacts whose power exceeded anything that standardized methods can achieve. The wands created today are reliable tools, but they will never be the soul-bonded partners that ancient masters created through techniques that required them to literally give their lives for their art. In the deepest silence of night, when ancient stones hold memories like secrets whispered to sleeping children, we journey to places where great halls of learning once echoed with the laughter and tears of young wizards who have been dust for centuries. These are not the famous academies that historians celebrate, but the lost schools whose very names have been swallowed by time, institutions of magical learning that vanished so completely that even their ruins exist now, only in the realm between memory and dream. Let these tales of vanished knowledge carry you gently toward rest, where phantom students still walk corridors that exist nowhere but in the endless libraries of sleep. High in the Italian Alps, where mountain peaks pierce clouds like the spears of sleeping giants, there once stood a school so magnificent that visiting dignitaries from across the magical world would weep at their first glimpse of its soaring towers. The Accademia Magia was built into the living rock of Monte Bianco itself, its classrooms carved from chambers of natural crystal that amplified magical energy and made every spell cast within its walls resonate with pure, mountain-born power. The school's founders had chosen this location not for its beauty, though it commanded views that made grown wizards dizzy with wonder, but for the unique properties of alpine magic that flowed through the ancient stone like veins of liquid starlight. The academia specialized in teaching magic that worked in harmony with natural forces rather than attempting to dominate them, and its students learned to channel the raw power of avalanches, to speak with the wind that carved valleys from solid stone, and to draw magical energy directly from the aurora-touched peaks that surrounded their aerial classroom. The school's most advanced students could literally walk on air, their bodies made weightless through perfect understanding of the magical currents that flowed between earth and sky at such extreme altitudes. The Academy's library was perhaps its greatest treasure, containing scrolls and tomes written on materials that could only be created at high-altitude parchment, made from clouds that had been crystallized into solid form, ink distilled from the essence of mountain storms, and binding created from the shed fur of the great alpine phoenixes that nested in the highest peaks. These books contained spells that worked only at elevations above 10,000 feet, magical formulae that required the thin air and intense solar radiation of mountain peaks to function properly. The school's destruction came during the terrible winter of 1647, when a magical experiment gone wrong triggered an avalanche that buried the entire academy under millions of tons of snow and ice. The tragedy occurred during the feast of the winter solstice, when all 800 students and faculty were gathered in the Great Hall for their traditional celebration. The avalanche struck so suddenly that there was no time for evacuation spells or protective barriers. In minutes, centuries of accumulated magical knowledge and irreplaceable human lives were entombed beneath a glacier that formed instantly from the magical cold released during the disaster. What made the loss even more tragic was that the avalanche was not entirely natural, but had been triggered by a student attempting to create a new form of weather magic by combining traditional Italian spellwork with ancient alpine, shamanic technique. The magical resonance between these different traditions created an unstable energy pattern that connected with the natural avalanche conditions already present on the mountain, transforming what might have been a minor snowslide into a catastrophe that reshaped the entire mountainside. The glacier that entombed the Academia Magia has never melted, despite centuries of climate change and magical attempts to free what lies beneath. The ice glows with a faint blue light on clear nights, and mountaineers report hearing phantom voices speaking in languages that predate modern Italian by centuries. Occasionally, objects from the school wash out in glacier-fed streams: a crystal inkwell, a student's spellbook written in careful adolescent handwriting, or most heartbreakingly, personal letters from homesick students to families who have been dead for 400 years. The Italian Ministry of Magic has declared the glacier a protected magical site, but they maintain the protection more out of fear than reverence. The magical energy trapped beneath the ice has been slowly building for centuries, and some experts believe that if the glacier ever melts naturally, the released magic could trigger magical storms that would affect weather patterns across all of Europe. So the Academia Magia sleeps on beneath its crystalline tomb, its students and teachers frozen in eternal youth, waiting for a spring that may never come. In the rolling hills of medieval France, where fairy tales were born and chivalric romance learned to dance in moonlit gardens, there once stood a school whose very existence challenged the boundaries between the living world and the realm of spirits. The Scola Mystique appeared to be a perfectly normal medieval castle during daylight hours, its stone walls and pointed towers indistinguishable from dozens of other fortifications that dotted the French countryside. But as sunset approached, the school would begin to shimmer and fade, becoming translucent as the barrier between the physical world and the spirit realm grew thin. This was not accidental magic, but the deliberate design of the school's founders, who understood that the most powerful magic required students to develop relationships with forces that existed beyond normal physical reality. The Shola mystique existed simultaneously in the world of the living and the world of spirits, allowing its students to study forms of magic that were impossible to learn anywhere else. During their spectral hours, students could converse with the ghosts of history's greatest wizards, learn spells directly from the spirits who had invented them, and most remarkably, study their own future deaths to better understand how to live meaningful lives. The school's most famous course was Phantom Potion Making, taught by the ghost of Nicholas Flamel's first apprentice, who had died in a laboratory accident but retained perfect memory of alchemical processes that the living Flamel had never shared with anyone else. Students in this course learned to brew potions using ingredients that existed only in spiritual form. The crystallized dreams of dying saints, the bottled sorrows of martyrs, the distilled wisdom of philosophers who had achieved enlightenment moments before death. Even more extraordinary was the school's Department of Temporal Studies, where students learned to interact with the spirits of their own descendants, gaining knowledge of future magical developments that they could then work to bring about in their own timeline. This created a complex web of causality that ensured certain magical discoveries would occur exactly when they were needed, with each generation of students fulfilling prophecies that had been established by their own future ghosts. The Schola Mystique's library existed entirely in the spirit realm. Its books written by authors who had died centuries before the school was founded, but who continued their scholarly work in the afterlife. These spectral texts could only be read while the reader was in a state between life and death, achieved through carefully controlled, near-death experiences that allowed students to briefly visit the realm where departed souls continued their eternal studies. The school's end came not through disaster but through a gradual fading that reflected the changing nature of magic itself. As the medieval period ended and magical practice became more scientific and less spiritual, the barrier between the living and spirit worlds grew stronger, making it increasingly difficult for the school to maintain its dual existence. Students reported that the phantom hours grew shorter each year, the spirit teachers became harder to see and hear, and eventually the school's spectral aspect faded entirely, leaving only an ordinary ruined castle that bore no trace of the extraordinary education it had once provided. Local French peasants still report seeing lights in the castle windows during the hour between sunset and full darkness, and some claim to hear the faint sound of students reciting lessons in Latin that predates the establishment of the Catholic Church. But when investigators arrive to study these phenomena, they find only empty rooms and the echo of wind through broken stones, as if the school exists now only in the moment between day and night, visible only to those who know how to look with eyes that can see beyond the boundaries of normal time. Across the vast wilderness of the Americas, long before European wizards brought their wands and standardized spellbooks to the New World, there flourished magical academies that made Hogwarts seem like a simple village school by comparison. These institutions were not built from stone and mortar, but were living entities, entire forests that had been awakened to consciousness and transformed into schools where the trees themselves served as teachers and the very ground beneath students' feet provided lessons in magic that grew from the earth itself. The greatest of these living schools was the Whispering Grove, located in what is now the Pacific Northwest, where giant redwoods that had been alive since before human civilization first learned to speak had achieved a level of consciousness that allowed them to share their accumulated wisdom with younger beings. The trees served as both classrooms and teachers, their massive trunks hollow and furnished with chambers where students could study in perfect harmony with nature. Each tree specialized in different forms of magic. Some taught the art of growing plants that could serve as permanent magical tools. Others specialized in weather magic that worked by convincing natural forces to cooperate rather than compelling them through force. The student body consisted of young people from dozens of different tribal groups, each bringing their own magical traditions to combine with the forest's ancient wisdom. The school had no fixed curriculum, but adapted its teachings to each student's natural talents and cultural background, creating individualized education that produced wizards whose magical abilities were perfectly integrated with their spiritual and cultural identities. The most advanced students learned to merge temporarily with the tree teachers, their consciousness becoming part of the great forest mind that contained centuries of accumulated knowledge about the natural world and its magical properties. During these merging experiences, students could access memories that stretched back to the Ice Ages, learning about magical techniques that had been developed by species that existed long before humans arrived in North America. The school's destruction began with the arrival of European diseases that affected not just human populations but the magical creatures and awakened plants that formed the foundation of indigenous magical education. The great tree teachers began to sicken as the magical ecosystem they depended on collapsed, their consciousness fragmenting as the complex web of relationships that sustained their awakened minds was disrupted by the sudden disappearance of species that had lived in harmony for thousands of years. The final blow came when European-style magical education was forcibly imposed on surviving indigenous students, breaking their connection to the land-based magic that the living schools had taught. Without students who could understand and nurture their unique form of consciousness, the tree teachers gradually returned to ordinary plant existence, their accumulated wisdom fading into the rustle of leaves that no human ear could any longer interpret as language. Some of the great redwoods still stand, and occasionally hikers report hearing whispers in languages that predate all known human speech. These might be the last echoes of the tree teachers trying to share their knowledge with anyone willing to listen, or simply the sound of wind through ancient branches that remember when they could speak with voices that taught magic older and wiser than any spellbook could contain. Deep beneath the Pacific Ocean, where trenches plunge into darkness that has never known sunlight and pressure, creates diamonds from the dreams of sleeping whales. There once existed a school that challenged every assumption about where magical education could take place. The Academy of the Depths was built inside a massive underwater mountain, its classrooms carved from coral that had been grown and shaped by merpeople, whose understanding of aquatic magic surpassed anything that land-dwelling wizards had ever achieved. The school served students from every intelligent aquatic species: merpeople, selkies, water sprites, and even the occasional human wizard who had been granted temporary gills through advanced transfiguration magic. The curriculum focused on forms of magic that were impossible to practice on land. Spells that worked by manipulating water pressure, charms that used ocean currents as conduits for magical energy, and most remarkably, magic that drew power directly from the tidal forces that connected the ocean to the movements of moon and stars. The Academy's library was a marvel of underwater architecture, its scrolls made from specially treated seaweed that could preserve text indefinitely in salt water, its books bound with coral that grew in specific patterns to create magical protection for the knowledge contained within. The collection included the complete historical records of Atlantis before its fall, detailed maps of underwater magical sites throughout the world's oceans, and most precious of all, the song scrolls that contained the musical spells of the whale singers, whose magic could calm storms and guide lost ships safely to port. The school's most famous department was the College of Deep Magic, where students learned to work with the immense magical pressures that existed in the deepest parts of the ocean. These pressures could be harnessed to create magic of incredible power, but they also required practitioners to undergo physical and magical modifications that allowed them to survive at depths where normal living creatures would be instantly crushed. Advanced students in the Deep Magic program developed the ability to compress their own magical energy to incredible density creating spells that could affect vast areas of ocean or manipulate the fundamental forces that controlled currents and tides. The Academy's destruction came during a massive underwater earthquake that triggered a tsunami so powerful it reshaped the entire Pacific basin. The school's protective magic, designed to withstand normal seismic activity, was overwhelmed by geological forces that had been building pressure for thousands of years. In minutes, chambers that had housed centuries of accumulated knowledge were crushed under millions of tons of shifting rock, while magical artifacts of incredible power were scattered across thousands of miles of ocean floor. The few survivors spoke of seeing their teachers use their own life force to create protective bubbles around groups of students, sacrificing themselves to save as many young lives as possible. These magical bubbles carried their occupants to the surface. But the sudden change in pressure and environment proved fatal to most aquatic species, leaving only a handful of witnesses to remember the greatest underwater school that had ever existed. Ocean researchers occasionally discover artifacts from the Academy washed up on remote beaches, carved whalebone inscribed with spells for controlling sea creatures, pearls that contain trapped songs of the deep-dwelling magical whales, or most mysteriously, bottles that contain water, which never grows stale, and can grant temporary water-breathing abilities to anyone who drinks it. These discoveries suggest that fragments of the Academy's knowledge survived its destruction, scattered, but not entirely lost, waiting in the depths for someone with the courage and skill to dive deep enough to recover the treasures of the drowned school. In the highest peaks of the Himalayas, where the air grows so thin that every breath requires conscious effort and the boundary between earth and sky becomes meaningless, there once existed a school that existed entirely within the territory of magical creatures so powerful that most wizards considered them more legend than reality. The Area of Storms was built within the nesting grounds of the great wind dragons, creatures so massive that their wings could block out the sun and whose breath could summon hurricanes that would reshape continents. The school had been established through a treaty between the dragons and a group of wizards whose mastery of air magic had impressed even these ancient beings. In exchange for being allowed to study within the dragon's domain, the human wizards agreed to serve as caretakers and guardians for dragon eggs during the creature's long mating flights that could last for decades. This arrangement created a unique educational environment where students learned magic directly from beings whose understanding of elemental forces had been developed over millennia of existence. The curriculum at the Eyrie focused entirely on magic that worked with air, wind, and weather, but at a level of sophistication that made ordinary weatherworking seem like child's finger painting. Students learned to read the patterns of atmospheric magic that stretched from ground level to the edge of space, to predict weather changes months in advance by analyzing the behavior of high-altitude magical currents, and most remarkably, to communicate with the wind itself, learning the ancient language that storms speak when they gather their power. The school's library consisted of crystallized air that had been harvested from the eye of magical storms, each crystal containing the complete atmospheric conditions that had existed during historically significant weather events. Students could dissolve these crystals in special chambers and experience firsthand the magical forces that had created legendary storms, learning through direct exposure to phenomena that no book could adequately describe. The most advanced students were granted the incredible privilege of riding with the great wind dragons during their territorial flights, experiences that provided understanding of large-scale weather patterns that was impossible to gain any other way. From altitudes where the curvature of the Earth became visible and the stars shone even during daylight, these students could observe the great atmospheric currents that controlled global weather, learning to see the planet's weather system as a single, living entity whose moods and movements followed patterns more complex than any human mind could fully comprehend. The school's end came during a celestial event that occurs only once every 10,000 years, when specific astronomical alignments create magnetic anomalies that disrupt the flight patterns of all aerial magical creatures. The great wind dragons, whose navigation depended on sensitivity to magnetic fields that the celestial event had scrambled, became disoriented and flew directly into a massive storm front that they would normally have easily avoided. The collision between the dragon's own weather control abilities and the natural storm created a magical catastrophe that spawned tornadoes capable of reaching into the stratosphere and hurricane-force winds that stripped mountains down to bare rock. The area of storms was caught in the center of this atmospheric chaos, its buildings literally torn apart by winds that carried fragments of the school across 3 continents before the magical storm finally exhausted itself. Local legends in Tibet and Nepal still speak of the night of falling stars, when glowing objects rained from the sky for hours, and the very air seemed to sing with voices, speaking in the language of wind. Some of these falling objects were fragments of the school's crystal library, and mountain climbers occasionally discover them embedded in glaciers, still containing traces of the atmospheric magic that once filled the highest classroom ever built by human hands. When magical schools disappear, they take with them more than just buildings and books. They destroy entire communities of learning that can never be rebuilt or replaced. Each lost institution represents not only the specific knowledge it preserved, but the unique synthesis of ideas, traditions, and innovations that emerged from the interaction between its particular combination of students and teachers. The Academy of the Depths, for instance, was the only place where the healing magic of merpeople could be studied alongside the storm-calling techniques of sea witches and the deep-pressure spells of abyssal wizards. The magical techniques that emerged from this combination of traditions were entirely unique, creating forms of healing magic that could work at any depth or pressure, weather magic that drew power from ocean currents, and protective spells that used water pressure as a defensive force. Similarly, the living tree schools of the Americas created forms of magic that were impossible to develop anywhere else because they required the direct participation of awakened plant consciousness. The spells and techniques taught by the tree teachers were not just different from European magic, but were based on entirely different philosophical principles about the relationship between magical practitioners and the natural world. The loss of these schools has created gaps in magical knowledge that may never be filled, because the specific combinations of environment, teachers, and student populations that created their unique innovations no longer exist. Modern magical education, for all its standardization and efficiency, has lost the diversity that once made the wizarding world's approach to learning as varied and rich as the natural world itself. Perhaps most tragically, many of these schools were destroyed not by natural disasters or external enemies, but by the advance of standardized magical education that viewed their unique approaches as primitive or dangerous. The living tree schools were abandoned when European-style academies convinced students that wand magic was superior to nature-based techniques. The Schola mystique faded away as the Catholic Church's influence made spirit communication seem heretical rather than educational. This pattern of loss continues today, as small magical schools with unique traditions are absorbed into larger, more conventional institutions, or simply close their doors when they can no longer compete with the standardized curriculum offered by established academies. Each closing represents not just the end of a school, but the extinction of magical knowledge that took centuries to develop and can never be recovered once its last practitioners die without passing on their wisdom. Yet in the realm of dreams and memory, these lost schools continue to exist in perfect detail, their phantom students still attending classes that were never completed, their ghostly teachers still attempting to share knowledge with anyone who knows how to listen. The magical principle of conservation suggests that knowledge, like energy, cannot truly be destroyed but only transformed, and perhaps someday the wisdom of the vanished schools will manifest in new forms, adapted for future generations who might be wise enough to value diversity over standardization. In the velvet darkness before dawn, when bloodlines whisper their secrets to those who know how to listen, we venture into the shadowed halls of ancestry, where names that once commanded respect and fear have been deliberately erased from history's pages. These are not the noble houses that students learn about in their genealogy lessons, but the families whose very existence became too dangerous for the wizarding world to acknowledge. Bloodlines whose magical gifts were so extraordinary that they inspired both wonder and terror in equal measure. Let these tales of vanished heritage carry you softly into sleep, where the ghosts of forgotten dynasties still walk in dreams that remember what waking minds have chosen to forget. In the mist-shrouded hills of Wales, where ancient Celtic magic still flows through stone circles older than recorded history, there once lived a bloodline whose very name has been stricken from every historical record that survives to this day. The descendants of Arthur Pendragon did not vanish with the legendary king's death at Camlan, but continued their lineage in secret, passing down magical abilities that made even the most accomplished wizards seem like fumbling apprentices by comparison. The Pendragon gift was not simply powerful magic, but the ability to inspire absolute loyalty in others through the sheer force of their noble nature. This was not the crude mental manipulation of the Imperious Curse, but something far more profound. A magical charisma so pure that it could awaken the highest aspirations in even the most corrupted hearts. A true Pendragon could walk onto a battlefield and convince enemy armies to lay down their weapons simply through the power of their presence, could end bitter feuds with a few well-chosen words, and could inspire dying men to recover their will, to live through nothing more than the touch of their hand. The bloodline's most remarkable manifestation was their ability to see the true nobility in others, regardless of birth or circumstance. Pendragon descendants could identify natural leaders among peasants, discover hidden courage in the most cowardly hearts, and most remarkably, they could awaken dormant magical abilities in those who believed themselves to be squibs. Their very existence proved that true nobility was a matter of character rather than breeding, a philosophy that threatened the foundations of the pure-blood supremacist society that dominated medieval wizarding culture. The family's downfall began during the 14th century, when their philosophy of magical equality attracted the attention of dark wizards who saw their influence as a threat to the established order. A secret cabal of pure-blood extremists orchestrated a campaign to eliminate the Pendragon line, not through direct violence, but through a more insidious approach. They began spreading rumors that the family's gifts were actually a form of dark magic that corrupted everyone who came under their influence. The accusations gained credibility when several Pendragon descendants chose to sacrifice their own lives to save others during magical disasters, their noble deaths being twisted by propagandists into evidence that their magic demanded blood sacrifice to maintain its power. Public opinion turned against the family, and they were forced into hiding to escape persecution from the very people they had spent centuries protecting and inspiring. The last known Pendragon died during the Great Fire of London, using his final breath to cast a protective spell that saved thousands of lives but erased his own name from history in the process. The sacrifice was so complete that even those who witnessed his heroic death forgot his identity within hours, remembering only that someone extraordinary had saved them, but unable to recall any details about their mysterious savior. Modern genealogical research occasionally uncovers traces of Pendragon blood in existing wizarding families, but the gift itself appears to be permanently dormant. Some scholars theorize that the bloodline's power was tied to belief in the ideals they represented, and that in a world that has grown cynical about heroism and nobility, their magic simply cannot manifest. Others suggest that the gift still exists, but has learned to hide itself, waiting for times dark enough to require the return of true leadership to a world that has forgotten what authentic nobility looks like. Deep in the Black Forest of Germany, where fairy tales learned to walk upright and nightmares first discovered how to take human form, there once lived families whose magical abilities were so intimately connected to the realm of dreams that the boundary between sleeping and waking became meaningless in their presence. These bloodlines, known collectively as the Traumwandler or Dreamwalkers, possessed the ability to enter and manipulate the dreams of others, but their gift went far beyond simple dream invasion. The most powerful Traumwandler could make dreams manifest in the physical world, bringing nightmares to life, to terrify their enemies, or creating beautiful dream visions that could heal psychological trauma and restore hope to the despairing. They could travel vast distances by stepping through the collective unconscious of sleeping minds, appearing anywhere in the world where someone was dreaming of their arrival. Most remarkably, they could access the racial memories preserved in dreams, learning the forgotten history of humanity by experiencing the dreams that had been passed down through bloodlines for countless generations. The Dreamwalker families served as healers of the mind and spirit, using their abilities to cure madness, heal emotional wounds, and restore memories that had been damaged by trauma. Their techniques required them to enter the dreams of their patients and battle the symbolic representations of whatever psychological forces were causing suffering. These dream healers would literally fight dragons that represented fear, climb mountains that symbolized despair, or solve puzzles that embodied the contradictions tearing apart troubled minds. Their children were raised in environments where the distinction between reality and dream was deliberately blurred, allowing them to develop the flexible perception necessary to work effectively in both realms. Young Traumwandler learned to sleep while remaining partially conscious, to dream while walking awake, and to recognize the symbolic language that the unconscious mind uses to communicate truths too profound for ordinary speech. The bloodline's destruction began when one family member attempted to use their abilities for political gain, entering the dreams of royal advisors to influence government policy through subconscious manipulation. The technique worked too well, creating a cascade of unintended consequences that led to a war between neighboring kingdoms. Worse, the political manipulation corrupted the Dreamwalker's own ability, causing their gift to become uncontrollable and malevolent. The infected Traumwandler began involuntarily projecting their own nightmares into the dreams of everyone around them, creating an epidemic of psychological terror that spread through interconnected dream networks across Central Europe. Entire communities began experiencing shared nightmares so vivid and horrifying that many people died of fear in their sleep, while others refused to sleep at all, eventually succumbing to madness from exhaustion. The surviving Dreamwalker families realized that the corruption could spread through their bloodline connections, potentially affecting every descendant who carried their genetic gift. In an act of collective sacrifice that defies modern understanding, they used their combined abilities to sever their own connections to the dream realm, voluntarily destroying their magical gift to prevent it from causing further harm. The ritual they performed was so complete that it erased not only their own abilities, but all memory of dream-walking techniques from the collective human unconscious. Within a generation, no one remembered that such abilities had ever existed, and the few written records that survived were dismissed as fairy tales rather than historical accounts of actual magical techniques. Yet sometimes, in the deepest sleep of winter nights, people still report dreams that feel more real than waking life. visions so vivid and meaningful that they seem like messages from another realm. These might be echoes of the Dreamwalker's legacy, fragments of their gift that survived in the deepest layers of human consciousness, waiting for someone with the courage and wisdom to rediscover the lost art of walking between worlds. In the Highlands of Scotland, where mist clings to mountainsides like the breath of sleeping spirits, there once lived families whose ability to communicate with specific types of magical creatures was so profound that they served as ambassadors between the human and non-human magical worlds. These bloodlines, each specialized in relationship with different creature types, possessed empathic connections so deep that they could share thoughts, emotions, and even physical sensations with their creature partners. The stag speakers could communicate with all servine magical creatures, from the smallest fairy deer to the great elk spirits that roamed the deepest forests. Their gift allowed them to access the collective memory of the herds, learning about magical locations and hidden dangers through the accumulated knowledge of creatures whose territories spanned entire continents. During times of war, the stag speakers served as scouts and messengers, their deer partners carrying information across vast distances faster than any owl or magical communication device. The wolf singers possessed even deeper connections with their creature partners, sharing not just communication but actual pack bonds that allowed human and wolf to think and act as a single entity. These families could coordinate their magic with wolf packs to create hunting strategies that were perfectly adapted to any prey, whether natural animals, magical creatures, or even dark wizards who threatened their territory. Their children were literally raised by wolves, learning to think with pack mentality while retaining human intelligence and magical ability. Most remarkable of all were the Dragonhearts, families whose bloodline had been touched by ancient dragon magic in ways that created permanent bonds with specific dragon lineages. These humans could share their dragon's incredible longevity, living for centuries while growing steadily more powerful as they aged. The partnership was so complete that when one partner died, the other would often follow within days, unable to exist without the magical connection that had defined their existence. The creature-bonded families served as mediators during conflicts between human wizards and magical creature communities, their dual nature allowing them to understand both perspectives and find solutions that neither side could discover independently. They were instrumental in establishing the magical creature protection laws that still exist today, though their role in creating these agreements has been forgotten along with their names. Their decline began during the Industrial Revolution, when expanding human settlements and mechanical technologies disrupted the natural habitats that their creature partners required. As magical creatures were forced into smaller territories or driven to extinction, the bonded families found their gifts weakening and eventually disappearing entirely. The last Dragonheart died in 1893, when her ancient dragon partner was killed by treasure hunters, the severed bond causing her heart to literally stop beating at the moment her lifelong companion drew his final breath. The emotional trauma of losing their creature partners proved too much for many bonded families, leading to suicides, madness, and genetic curses that affected their descendants for generations afterward. Those who survived often chose not to have children, unwilling to risk passing on gifts that would only bring suffering in a world where their creature partners no longer existed. Modern wizards occasionally display traces of these ancient bonds, an unusual affinity for specific magical creatures, the ability to calm aggressive animals through touch, or dreams filled with the memories of creatures they have never actually met. These might be signs that the bloodline gifts still exist in dormant form, waiting for environmental conditions that might allow them to manifest once again. The most tragic of all forgotten bloodlines was that of Rowena Ravenclaw's descendants, a family whose intellectual gifts were so extraordinary that they threatened the very foundations of magical society. The Ravenclaw line did not simply produce intelligent wizards, but individuals whose understanding of magic approached the divine, capable of perceiving the fundamental forces that govern reality itself, and manipulating them in ways that made even the most advanced magical theory seem primitive by comparison. The curse that destroyed the Ravenclaw bloodline was not cast by enemies, but emerged from within the family itself, the result of intellectual pride that grew so extreme it became a form of spiritual corruption. Each generation of Ravenclaws became more brilliant than the last, but also more isolated from normal human emotion and connection. They began to view other wizards as intellectual inferiors whose thoughts and feelings were beneath their consideration. The family's downfall came when they attempted to solve the ultimate magical mystery, the nature of death itself. Their research led them to discover that death was not the end of consciousness, but merely a transition to a different form of existence, one that could potentially be avoided through sufficient understanding of the magical forces involved. This knowledge drove them to attempt the creation of a form of immortality that would preserve not just life but intellectual capacity, allowing them to continue their research indefinitely. The ritual they developed was theoretically perfect but required the sacrifice of emotional capacity as payment for eternal intellectual existence. One by one, the Ravenclaw descendants chose to undergo the transformation, trading their ability to love, fear, hope, or feel joy in exchange for minds that could comprehend the deepest mysteries of magical existence. The transformed Ravenclaws achieved their goal of immortality, but discovered that eternal life without emotion was a fate worse than death. Unable to feel satisfaction from their discoveries, incapable of forming relationships with others, and trapped in existence that had no meaning beyond the accumulation of knowledge for its own sake, they gradually withdrew from all contact with the outside world. The last known Ravenclaw descendant was observed in the early 19th century, living alone in a tower filled with thousands of books, but speaking to no one and showing no interest in anything beyond abstract intellectual problems. When the tower was investigated decades later, it was found to contain magical research notes of incredible sophistication, but no trace of their author, suggesting that the final Ravenclaw had discovered a way to exist as pure intellect without physical form. The curse apparently affected not just the direct bloodline, but anyone who attempted to continue their research, creating a magical taboo that prevented other wizards from pursuing the same dangerous path to knowledge. Modern magical research has strict ethical guidelines that can be traced back to the Ravenclaw tragedy, though few remember the specific events that made such restrictions necessary. Throughout the magical world, there existed families whose gifts manifested as various forms of prophetic ability, but these bloodlines were gradually eliminated not through persecution, but through the terrible burden that their powers placed upon their bearers. The ability to see the future proved to be more curse than blessing, as each generation of seers became increasingly tormented by knowledge of tragedies they could not prevent and forced to carry the weight of destinies they dared not reveal. The most powerful prophetic bloodlines possessed different specializations. Some could see individual futures with perfect clarity. Others perceived the broad patterns that shaped historical events, and a few could observe the branching possibilities that existed at moments of crucial decision. The gift usually manifested during adolescence and grew stronger with age, but it also took an increasing psychological toll as the seer's ability to distinguish between present reality and future visions deteriorated. The seer families developed elaborate traditions designed to help their gifted members cope with their abilities, including meditation techniques that could temporarily block prophetic visions, potions that could clarify the distinction between different time frames, and most importantly, codes of conduct that governed how and when prophetic knowledge could be shared with others. These families understood that the future could be changed through knowledge of it, But they also knew that careless revelation of prophetic information could create paradoxes that would destroy the timelines they were trying to protect. The decline of the prophetic bloodlines began when several families made the tragic mistake of attempting to prevent a prophesied magical war through coordinated action based on their shared visions. Their interference created temporal paradoxes that not only failed to prevent the conflict, but actually made it more destructive than it would have been naturally. Worse, the paradoxes began affecting the seers themselves, causing their visions to become unreliable and contradictory. As their prophetic abilities became corrupted by temporal interference, many seers began experiencing visions that were not glimpses of possible futures, but manifestations of their own fears and desires projected onto imagined timelines. Unable to distinguish between true prophecy and psychological delusion, several prophetic families destroyed themselves through actions based on false visions that existed only in their damaged minds. The surviving seers realized that their gifts had become too dangerous to use and began deliberately suppressing their abilities through magical techniques that essentially lobotomized their prophetic centers. Within a few generations, the bloodlines that had once seen the future with perfect clarity had reduced themselves to ordinary wizards, whose only unusual trait was an occasionally accurate intuition about coming events. The legendary healing bloodlines of ancient Ireland possessed abilities that went far beyond conventional magical medicine, working with plants and natural forces in ways that created miracles of restoration that defied all known medical theory. These families did not simply brew potions or cast healing spells, but established symbiotic relationships with magical plants that allowed them to channel the pure life force of nature itself directly into their healing work. The most accomplished healing families could regenerate lost limbs, cure diseases that attacked the magical core itself, and most remarkably, they could heal psychological and spiritual wounds by literally transplanting healthy emotional patterns from willing donors into patients whose minds had been damaged beyond conventional repair. Their techniques required them to merge temporarily with the consciousness of healing plants, sharing their human intelligence with plant wisdom to create hybrid understanding that surpassed either form of consciousness alone. The healing bloodlines maintained sacred groves where they cultivated plants that existed nowhere else in the magical world, species that had been selectively bred over centuries to enhance their natural healing properties through magical selection and careful crossbreeding with wild magical varieties. These garden sanctuaries were places of such concentrated life force that simply spending time within them could cure minor ailments and restore vitality to those suffering from magical exhaustion. Their most powerful technique involved the creation of healing networks that connected multiple family members through shared plant consciousness, allowing them to pool their life force to perform healing miracles that no individual could accomplish alone. During times of plague or magical disaster, entire healing clans would link together through their plant partners to create waves of restorative magic that could heal hundreds of people simultaneously. The destruction of the healing bloodlines came through their own compassion, as they exhausted themselves responding to increasingly desperate requests for aid during periods of magical war and disease. The healing networks that were their greatest strength also became their weakness, as the shared life force connections meant that when one family member died from overextension, the shock could kill others throughout the network. The final tragedy occurred during a magical plague that affected both humans and plants, corrupting the very healing plants that the families depended upon for their abilities. As their plant partners died or became infected with dark magic, the healing families found their gifts turning destructive, their touch spreading corruption rather than health, rather than risk harming others. The surviving healers chose to sever their connections to plant consciousness, ending bloodlines that had brought healing to the magical world for over 1,000 years. Modern magical medicine still bears traces of their influence in the use of plant-based potions and the understanding that healing magic works best when it cooperates with natural processes rather than attempting to override them. But the deep plant consciousness techniques that made their most dramatic healing possible died with their practitioners, leaving behind only legends of miracles that modern healers can no longer duplicate. The loss of these bloodlines represents more than just the disappearance of specific magical abilities. It reflects the systematic elimination of forms of magic that challenged the increasingly standardized and institutionalized approach to magical practice that came to dominate the wizarding world. Many of these families were eliminated not by external enemies, but by their own choice to abandon gifts that were too dangerous or demanding to maintain in a changing world. The pattern reveals a troubling truth about magical evolution: that power without wisdom inevitably leads to destruction, whether through external persecution or internal corruption. The bloodlines that survived were those that learned to moderate their gifts and integrate them into broader magical society, while those that pursued ultimate power or complete isolation from human connection inevitably destroyed themselves. Yet in the deep magic that flows through ancient bloodlines, some trace of these lost gifts may still exist, dormant but not dead, waiting for circumstances that might allow them to manifest once again. The magical principle of conservation suggests that abilities developed over centuries of careful breeding and training cannot simply vanish, but must transform into new forms that might be more suitable for modern conditions. In the deepest hours of night, when reality grows thin as ancient parchment, and the boundaries between what is and what was become gossamer threads that flutter in the wind of memory, we journey to places that once existed in the spaces between ordinary magic and impossible dreams. These are not the hidden locations that clever wizards might still discover with enough persistence and luck, but realms that have slipped through the cracks of existence itself, places so thoroughly lost that they survive now only in the whispered legends of the very oldest magical beings. Let these tales of vanished sanctuaries carry you gently towards sleep, where lost worlds still flourish in the endless geography of dreams. Beneath the cobblestones of modern Diagon Alley, where tourists browse for souvenirs and students purchase their school supplies with comfortable predictability, there lie the buried foundations of a magical marketplace so ancient and wonderful that it makes today's commercial district seem like a pale shadow cast by a dying candle. The original Diagon Alley was not merely a shopping street but a living entity, its stones imbued with the concentrated magic of 10,000 years of wizarding commerce, its very air thick with enchantments that had been woven by generations of magical artisans whose skills surpassed anything recorded in modern history. This elder marketplace existed in 7 levels, each one extending deeper into the magical bedrock beneath London, creating a vertical city that descended into realms where the laws of normal physics held no sway. The surface level, which modern wizards know, was merely the entrance hall to wonders that stretched down through layers of reality like the rings of an ancient tree, each deeper level containing shops and services that catered to increasingly specialized and powerful forms of magic. The second level housed the Artificer's Quarter, where magical craftsmen created items that were not mere tools, but living partners that would bond permanently with their owners. Here, one could commission wands that would grow stronger with each spell cast, armor that would learn from every battle to better protect its wearer, or books that would rewrite themselves to provide exactly the knowledge their reader needed most. The craftsmen who worked in these shops were not ordinary wizards, but individuals whose understanding of magical creation bordered on the divine, capable of breathing true consciousness into inanimate materials through techniques that have been lost for over a millennium. The third level was devoted to the memory merchants, traders who dealt not in physical goods but in experiences themselves. These vendors could extract memories from willing sellers and preserve them in crystalline spheres that buyers could absorb to gain instant knowledge and skill. A young wizard could purchase the combat experience of a legendary warrior, the brewing expertise of a master potioneer, or even the emotional maturity that came from decades of wise decisions. The ethical implications of such commerce were regulated by ancient codes that modern magical law has forgotten how to interpret. Deeper still lay the temporal bazaars, where merchants traded in possibilities themselves, selling alternate versions of events that might have occurred under different circumstances. Customers could purchase glimpses of the lives they might have lived if they had made different choices, or acquire temporary access to skills and knowledge from parallel versions of themselves who had pursued different paths. The magic required for such transactions drew power from the fundamental forces that separate one reality from another, creating a marketplace that existed simultaneously across multiple timelines. The deepest accessible level was the sanctuary of final things, where one could find items and services that existed nowhere else in any reality. This was where desperate souls came to trade away memories they could no longer bear, where the dying could purchase additional years of life at costs that only they could determine were worthwhile, and where the most powerful magical artifacts in existence were displayed not for sale, but as warnings about the prices that ultimate power demanded from those who sought to wield it. The destruction of this ancient marketplace came not through conquest or disaster, but through the gradual triumph of convenience over wonder, as wizarding society slowly chose standardization over the magnificent unpredictability that had once made magical commerce an adventure worthy of legend. Each generation of shoppers demanded easier access, simpler transactions, and goods that required less understanding to use safely. Slowly, the deeper levels were abandoned as merchants moved their businesses to the surface level where mundane customers could browse without needing to understand the complex magical theory that deeper commerce required. The final blow came during the Great Fire of London, when mundane flames somehow penetrated the magical protections that had shielded the elder marketplace for millennia. But this was no ordinary fire. It was a cleansing flame that consumed only what had become too dangerous for the modern world to safely contain, leaving behind the simplified version of Diagon Alley that exists today. The deeper levels were sealed away behind barriers of crystallized time, protected from discovery but also cut off from the living magical ecosystem that had once sustained them. Occasionally, workers renovating shops in modern Diagon Alley discover staircases leading downward that were not there the day before, or find doors behind false walls that open onto chambers filled with goods too wonderful and terrible for contemporary use. These discoveries are quickly sealed by ministry officials who understand that some forms of commerce are too powerful for a world that has forgotten how to shop with wisdom rather than mere desire. In the spaces between dimensions, where the laws of physics become suggestions that reality chooses to follow or ignore based on its mood, there once existed places of such concentrated magic that they served as crossroads between different forms of existence. These interdimensional sanctuaries were not built by any single magical species, but were collaborative efforts between humans, magical creatures, and beings from realms so alien that contact with them required fundamental alterations to consciousness itself. The nexus of whispered truths existed in the gap between thought and reality, a crystalline palace where ideas too dangerous for any single mind to contain were stored in chambers that existed partly in the material world and partly in the realm of pure concept. Visitors to the Nexus could browse libraries that contained not books, but crystallized thoughts harvested from the greatest minds in magical history, experiencing directly the moment of inspiration, when legendary spells were first conceived, or revolutionary magical theories were born. The palace's most remarkable feature was the gallery of uncast spells, where magical techniques that had been imagined but never successfully performed were displayed as shimmering sculptures of pure possibility. These spells existed in a state of quantum uncertainty, neither real nor unreal, waiting for wizards skilled enough to collapse their possibility waves into actual magical effects. Some of the uncast spells were deemed too dangerous ever to attempt, while others simply required combinations of magical knowledge that no single wizard had ever possessed. The Nexus served as a meeting ground for magical researchers from across all dimensions, allowing collaboration between beings whose natural forms of existence were so different that normal communication would have been impossible. Human wizards worked alongside crystalline intelligences from the Sapphire Dimension, energy beings from the Aurora realms, and mathematical entities from the plane of pure logic, each contributing their unique perspective to magical problems that none could solve alone. The sanctuary's destruction came when researchers attempted to create a spell that could grant perfect understanding of magic itself to anyone who cast it. The attempt created a paradox that shattered the delicate balance between different forms of existence, causing the Nexus to fragment into countless pieces that were scattered across multiple dimensions. The crystallized thoughts that had been stored there were released simultaneously into every possible reality, creating a burst of pure knowledge that drove thousands of beings across multiple dimensions temporarily insane. With sudden comprehension of truths their minds were not equipped to process, the surviving fragments of the Nexus still drift between dimensions, occasionally manifesting as brief glimpses of impossible architecture in the corner of a wizard's vision, or as sudden flashes of inspiration that provide solutions to problems the thinker wasn't even aware they were contemplating. These fragmentary visitations are all that remains of the greatest interdimensional library that ever existed, its knowledge now scattered like seeds across the infinite garden of possible realities. The history of the wizarding world is filled with accounts of failed attempts to create permanent magical sanctuaries, ambitious projects that sought to establish communities where magic could be practiced without limitation or fear of persecution. These experimental utopias were founded with the highest ideals and the most advanced magical theory, yet each one ultimately failed for reasons that revealed fundamental truths about the relationship between magical power and human nature. The City of Eternal Noon was constructed in a pocket dimension where time moved differently than in the normal world, allowing its inhabitants to live extended lifespans while pursuing magical research without the pressure of mortality. The city's founders believed that unlimited time would allow them to solve all of magic's remaining mysteries and create a perfect society based on complete understanding of magical principles. The experiment succeeded too well, as the city's inhabitants discovered that eternal life without the urgency created by mortality led to intellectual stagnation rather than advancement. Without deadlines to motivate them, the residents gradually lost interest in research and discovery, spending centuries in leisurely contemplation that produced no meaningful progress. The city still exists in its pocket dimension, but its inhabitants have become so detached from any sense of purpose that they barely remember they were once among the most ambitious magical researchers of their age. The Commune of Shared Consciousness was an attempt to create a society where all knowledge and emotion were shared equally among its members through permanent telepathic links. The founders believed that eliminating individual privacy and competition would create perfect cooperation and allow the community to solve problems through collective intelligence that exceeded the capacity of any individual mind. The commune's failure was swift and catastrophic, as the shared consciousness network became overloaded with the combined fears, desires, and neuroses of hundreds of individuals. Without private thoughts to provide psychological refuge, the residents experienced a collective mental breakdown that left most of them permanently damaged. The few survivors who escaped the commune were never able to function normally in society again, their sense of individual identity having been so thoroughly compromised that they could not distinguish between their own thoughts and the mental noise they still carried from the failed experiment. The paradise of perfect magic represented the most ambitious sanctuary project ever attempted, an entire continent that was raised from the ocean floor, using magic so advanced that it required the cooperation of every major magical civilization then existing. This artificial landmass was designed to be a place where magic worked perfectly and predictably, where spells never failed, and magical creatures lived in perfect harmony with wizarding inhabitants. The paradise's perfection proved to be its downfall, as the lack of challenge and uncertainty removed the fundamental drives that motivated magical discovery and personal growth. In an environment where magic always worked exactly as expected, wizards lost their ability to adapt and innovate. When a magical plague finally reached the paradise from the outside world, its inhabitants were so dependent on perfect magical conditions that they could not develop the improvisational skills necessary to combat the unexpected threat. The continent's final fate remains a mystery, as it vanished entirely during a single night, leaving behind only a perfectly circular area of ocean that refuses to support any form of life. Some theories suggest that the paradise's inhabitants used their perfect magic to relocate to another dimension, while others believe that the artificial continent's magical foundation finally collapsed under the weight of its own impossibility. Throughout history, certain ancient magical communities have vanished so completely that their very existence would be doubted, if not for the occasional discovery of artifacts that serve as proof of their former presence. These disappeared civilizations often possessed magical abilities that surpassed anything recorded in mainstream magical history, but their advanced techniques were apparently not sufficient to save them from whatever catastrophes claimed their lives. The crystal singers of the Sahara built cities entirely from magically grown crystal that could store and amplify magical energy on an unprecedented scale. Their civilization was powered by enormous crystal formations that collected solar energy during the day and converted it to magical force that could be used to power their entire society. The crystal singers themselves were humans whose bodies had been modified through gradual crystal implantation, allowing them to interface directly with their crystal technology. Archaeological evidence suggests that the crystal singers achieved a level of magical automation that made manual labor unnecessary. Their crystal servants handling all physical work, while the human population devoted themselves entirely to artistic and intellectual pursuits. Their crystal cities were marvels of architectural beauty that combined perfect functionality with aesthetic design that modern magical architects cannot duplicate. The civilization's disappearance was as sudden as it was complete, with evidence suggesting that the entire population vanished during a single day, sometime during the 13th century. The crystal cities they left behind gradually lost their magical charge and collapsed into the sand dunes that now bury them. But desert nomads occasionally report finding crystal fragments that still hum with residual magical energy and produce beautiful musical tones when exposed to sunlight. The skywalkers of the Himalayas developed techniques for existing permanently at high altitudes, their bodies adapted through magical means to function in the thin air and extreme conditions found above the cloud line. Their communities were built on floating platforms of crystallized air that could move through the sky according to weather patterns and seasonal requirements, following migration routes that took them across the entire Asian continent. These aerial nomads possessed weather control abilities that allowed them to create localized climate conditions suitable for agriculture and comfortable living, despite their high-altitude lifestyle. They cultivated crops that grew in thin air and raised livestock that had been magically modified to thrive in conditions that would kill ordinary animals within minutes. The Skywalker's disappearance coincided with a period of unusual atmospheric disturbance during the 15th century, when multiple volcanoes erupted simultaneously and filled the upper atmosphere with ash and toxic gases. Their floating communities were apparently overwhelmed by conditions that exceeded even their advanced weather control abilities, leaving behind only legends preserved by ground-dwelling peoples who occasionally glimpsed their aerial cities passing overhead like beautiful clouds. The most mysterious of the vanished communities were the void-touched, humans who had been exposed to the space between dimensions and gained the ability to exist partially outside normal reality. These beings could become incorporeal at will, travel through solid matter, and most remarkably, they could edit the fundamental laws of magic within limited areas by temporarily removing themselves and their surroundings from the normal flow of causality. The void-touched established communities in places where the barriers between dimensions were naturally thin, creating settlements that existed in multiple realities simultaneously. Their magic was so advanced that it seemed to violate basic principles of magical theory, suggesting that they had discovered techniques that worked by stepping outside the normal framework that governed magical practice. Their ultimate fate is unknown because they existed partially outside observable reality even during their peak period, making it difficult to determine whether they truly disappeared or simply withdrew so completely from normal existence that they could no longer be detected by conventional means. Some theoretical magicians suggest that the void-touched still exist, but have become so removed from ordinary reality that contact with them would require fundamental alterations to human consciousness that might not be reversible. The connection between lost magical locations and specific celestial events reveals patterns that suggest many disappeared realms were deliberately timed to exist only during particular astronomical conditions. These temporary sanctuaries would manifest during eclipses, planetary alignments, or other rare celestial phenomena, providing brief windows of opportunity for magical activities that were impossible under normal conditions. The Observatory of Infinite Skies materialized only during total solar eclipses, appearing as a magnificent tower that extended from the Earth's surface to the edge of the atmosphere. During the brief minutes of totality, the observatory's instruments could observe and map magical phenomena that were normally invisible, revealing the cosmic forces that influenced magical practice throughout the solar system. The observatory's records, preserved in fragments recovered after various eclipses, suggest that magic on Earth is influenced by complex interactions between planetary magnetic fields, solar radiation patterns, and cosmic forces that originate far beyond the solar system. This knowledge allowed eclipse observers to predict periods when certain types of magic would be especially powerful, or when magical disasters were likely to occur. The midnight markets appeared only during the new moon, manifesting in different locations around the world according to patterns that seemed to follow ancient ley lines connecting sites of particular magical significance. These markets offered goods and services that could not exist under normal magical conditions, including spells that worked backward through time, potions that could temporarily grant non-magical abilities to wizards, and most mysteriously, maps to other temporary locations that appeared according to different celestial schedules. The vendors at the midnight markets were beings whose nature remained unclear even to regular customers, entities that might have been humans so modified by magic that their original forms were unrecognizable, or possibly creatures from other dimensions who could manifest in our reality only when specific astronomical conditions weakened the barriers between worlds. The solstice sanctuaries were perhaps the most benevolent of the temporary magical locations, appearing twice each year to provide healing and restoration to magical creatures and wizards who had been damaged by exposure to dark magic or dangerous magical experiments. These sanctuaries offered forms of healing that worked by temporarily relocating patients to pocket dimensions where time moved differently, allowing accelerated recovery that compressed months of natural healing into the few hours that the sanctuaries remained accessible. The healing techniques employed in the solstice sanctuaries were based on principles that mainstream magical medicine has never understood, working by restoring patients to earlier versions of themselves from parallel timelines where their injuries or illnesses had never occurred. This form of healing was so complete that it could restore not just physical health, but also reverse psychological trauma and even repair damage to the magical core itself. The guardians of these lost locations, where they can still be identified, represent a diverse collection of beings whose dedication to protecting magical knowledge transcended normal considerations of safety or personal survival. These guardians chose to remain with their locations even when circumstances made survival impossible, becoming part of the magical essence that sustained the places they protected. The librarian of the floating archive was a wizard whose identity was deliberately erased from all records to prevent enemies from tracking down his location through genealogical research. He spent over 2 centuries collecting and preserving magical texts that were too dangerous for normal libraries, creating a collection that contained the complete magical knowledge of several extinct civilizations, along with spellbooks that had been banned by every magical government in history. When the archive was finally discovered by treasure hunters seeking rare magical books to sell on the black market, the librarian chose to merge his consciousness with the archive's protective enchantments, rather than allow the dangerous knowledge to fall into unworthy hands. The archive immediately became inaccessible to anyone whose motivations included personal profit or malicious intent, while simultaneously beginning to fade from normal reality as its guardian's transformed consciousness pulled it into a parallel dimension where only pure seekers of knowledge could hope to find it. The sentinel of the sunken city was originally a mermaid princess, whose underwater kingdom was destroyed during a war between aquatic magical species that lasted for over a century. Rather than flee to safety, she remained in the ruins of her homeland to guard the magical artifacts and accumulated knowledge that represented the cultural heritage of her extinct people. Over the millennia, the Sentinel's dedication to her guardian duties transformed her into something between living being and magical phenomenon, her consciousness expanding to encompass the entire sunken city, while her physical form became a part of the coral formations that now cover the ancient buildings. She continues to protect her city's treasures, but the transformation has left her unable to communicate with surface dwellers, creating a guardianship that preserves knowledge but prevents it from ever being shared with others who might benefit from it. The Keeper of the Dream Gardens was a collective entity formed from the merged consciousness of an entire family of dreamweavers who chose to sacrifice their individual identities to maintain a sanctuary where the dreams of dying, magical creatures could be preserved and protected. The gardens exist in the space between waking and sleeping, accessible only to those who can navigate the boundary between conscious and unconscious mind. The preserved dreams contain the final thoughts and wishes of countless magical beings whose species have become extinct, creating a repository of knowledge and wisdom that exists nowhere else in any reality. However, accessing this information requires visitors to risk their own consciousness, as the dream realm's logic can permanently alter the mental patterns of those who spend too much time within its borders. In the darkest hours before dawn, when even shadows dare not whisper their secrets and the very air grows heavy with unspoken horrors, we venture into the forbidden archives, where knowledge too terrible for mortal minds has been deliberately buried beneath layers of protective magic and deliberate forgetting. These are not the dark arts that ambitious students might discover in restricted library sections, but the abominations of magical practice that were so monstrous in their conception and catastrophic in their consequences that entire civilizations chose to erase them from existence rather than risk their rediscovery. Let these tales of abandoned darkness carry you toward peaceful sleep, where nightmares become merely dreams and the most terrible magic remains safely locked away in the vaults of memory. In the deepest cellars beneath the Department of Mysteries, sealed behind walls of crystallized time and guarded by enchantments that would drive ordinary wizards insane with terror, there exist records of magical practices so fundamentally evil that their very names have been systematically removed from every language ever spoken by human tongues. These were not merely powerful curses or dangerous experiments, but systematic attempts to rewrite the fundamental nature of magical reality itself, to transform the benevolent forces that govern the universe into engines of perpetual suffering and despair. The curse of eternal torment was developed during the darkest period of the medieval ages by a cabal of dark wizards who believed that suffering was the purest form of magical energy and that unlimited power could be achieved by creating infinite sources of pain. This abomination went far beyond the Cruciatus curse in both scope and malevolence, creating wounds that could never heal, fear that could never be overcome, and despair that would compound endlessly throughout eternity, without possibility of relief or death. The curse worked by fragmenting its victims' consciousness across multiple dimensions simultaneously, ensuring that they experienced every possible variation of torture that could be conceived across infinite realities. Each fragment of consciousness remained connected to the others, multiplying the suffering exponentially while preventing the mercy of unconsciousness or madness that might have provided escape from the horror. Victims of the eternal torment remained aware and lucid throughout their infinite ordeal, their capacity for pain actually increasing over time as their consciousness expanded to accommodate ever greater levels of anguish. The wizards who developed this monstrosity discovered too late that the curse could not be controlled or limited once it was cast, its malevolent energy spreading like infection through magical communities and eventually affecting even its creators. The curse's influence began warping reality itself, turning places of healing into chambers of suffering, corrupting protective spells into instruments of harm, and transforming the very concept of mercy into a source of additional torment for those who dared to hope for relief. The final elimination of this curse required the coordinated sacrifice of 3 entire magical civilizations who used their combined life force to create a null magic zone, so absolute that it erased not only the curse itself, but every trace of the magical theory that had made its creation possible. The knowledge of how to cast the eternal torment was literally burned out of reality itself, leaving behind only blank spaces in ancient texts and gaps in magical theory that modern scholars attribute to natural decay rather than deliberate erasure. Even speaking the curse's true name was said to invite its attention, potentially allowing fragments of its essence to reconstruct themselves through the speaker's knowledge. For this reason, the very concept of eternal magical suffering has been systematically removed from magical education, replaced with sanitized versions that hint at suffering without conveying the theoretical frameworks that could lead ambitious students to rediscover the techniques their ancestors died to destroy. Before the unforgivable curses earned their terrible reputation as the pinnacle of dark magical practice, there existed far more ancient and devastating forms of malevolent magic that made Avada Kedavra seem like a merciful release by comparison. These primordial dark arts were developed during the earliest periods of human magical development, when the boundaries between magic and pure evil had not yet been established and wizards experimented with forces they did not understand and could not control. The curse of inherited sins created magical contamination that passed through bloodlines like a hereditary disease, ensuring that the crimes of ancestors would manifest as physical and psychological suffering in their descendants for dozens of generations. Unlike natural genetic conditions that might skip generations or be treated through magical intervention, this curse actually grew stronger over time, feeding on the accumulated guilt and trauma of each affected generation, until entire family lines were destroyed by suffering they had no role in creating. The curse was particularly insidious because it convinced its victims that their suffering was deserved, implanting false memories of crimes they had never committed and creating psychological compulsions that led them to actually commit the sins they believed they had inherited. This ensured that each generation would add genuine guilt to the artificial burden imposed by the curse, creating a spiral of moral corruption that would eventually consume entire communities as the cursed families infected others with their hereditary evil. The malady of reversed compassion was perhaps even more psychologically devastating, as it transformed the victim's natural empathy into a source of constant torment by forcing them to experience the suffering of everyone around them, while simultaneously compelling them to cause additional pain in a futile attempt to reduce their own emotional overload. Victims of this curse became unwilling sources of cruelty and violence, their actions growing more desperate and harmful as their magically enhanced empathy made them increasingly aware of the suffering they were causing. The most terrifying aspect of the reversed compassion curse was that it preserved the victim's moral awareness and capacity for guilt, ensuring that they remained fully conscious of the evil they were committing while being magically compelled to continue causing harm. Many victims chose suicide as the only way to stop their involuntary cruelty, but the curse prevented even this escape by ensuring that their deaths would cause maximum psychological damage to their loved ones. The soul-shredding hex worked by fragmenting its victim's essential self into component emotions, memories, and personality traits, then scattering these pieces across different planes of existence where they would experience individual torment tailored to their specific nature. Unlike the relatively simple soul-splitting achieved through Horcrux creation, which divided the soul but left each piece essentially intact, the soul-shredding hex deliberately damaged each fragment to ensure maximum suffering while preventing any possibility of eventual reconstruction or healing. The knowledge required to create these ancient dark arts was so dangerous that merely understanding the theoretical principles behind them could begin to corrupt the student's magical core, gradually transforming them into beings capable of casting spells they had never intended to learn. This magical contamination spread through academic contact, affecting not only those who studied the forbidden texts, but also anyone who discussed the techniques with them, or even shared their living space during extended periods. The systematic destruction of these primordial dark arts required more than simple book burning or spell casting prohibition. The magical concepts themselves had to be extracted from the collective magical consciousness of humanity, a process that required the voluntary sacrifice of every wizard who possessed knowledge of the forbidden techniques. These martyrs submitted to having their memories magically excised and destroyed, accepting permanent brain damage and often death to ensure that the dangerous knowledge could not be accidentally preserved or reconstructed. In certain remote regions of the world, where magical communities developed in isolation from mainstream wizarding civilization, there arose forms of dark magic that were based not on individual malice, but on collective ritual practices that required entire communities to participate in systematic evil. These ritual-based dark arts achieved levels of power and malevolence that individual practitioners could never match, but they also created forms of moral corruption so complete that affected communities lost all capacity for distinguishing between right and wrong. The Feast of Souls was a harvest celebration practiced by an isolated magical community in the Carpathian Mountains, where the entire population would gather annually to consume the life force of captured victims through ritual cannibalism that preserved and concentrated their magical essence. The practice began as a desperate survival measure during a famine that threatened to destroy the community, but it gradually evolved into a religious tradition that the participants believed was necessary for maintaining their magical power. Each year's feast was more elaborate and cruel than the previous one, as the community's moral degradation compounded over generations of ritual murder and consumption of human essence. The participants developed magical abilities that far exceeded anything recorded in mainstream magical history, but these powers came at the cost of their humanity, transforming them into beings that retained human appearance while possessing minds that functioned according to purely predatory logic. The community's practices were discovered by magical authorities only after they had expanded their ritual requirements to include the capture and consumption of wizards from outside their territory, their enhanced magical abilities making them nearly impossible to track or capture through conventional means. The final confrontation required the combined efforts of aura forces from 7 different countries, supported by magical artillery that had never been used against human targets before. The binding of innocent suffering was a technique developed by a dark wizard cult that believed magical power could be exponentially increased by permanently connecting the caster's magical core to victims who had never committed any wrong against them. The binding process transferred all magical consequences of the wizard's spells to innocent proxies, allowing the caster to employ incredibly destructive magic without suffering any personal cost or magical exhaustion. The technique's true horror lay in its requirement that the bound victims remain conscious and aware during their proxy suffering, their minds magically connected to the caster, so they could experience not only the physical and magical consequences of spells they had no part in casting, but also the caster's satisfaction and pleasure in wielding power through their suffering. The innocent victims became living magical batteries, whose capacity for pain was their only value to the wizards who had enslaved them. The cult that practiced the binding of innocent suffering grew to include over 200 members spread across multiple countries, each wizard maintaining dozens of bound victims in hidden facilities that were protected by the combined magical power of all their enslaved proxies. The cult's members achieved individual magical abilities that rivaled those of legendary wizards, but their power was entirely dependent on maintaining their network of suffering victims. The cult's destruction came not through external intervention but through internal collapse, as the psychological pressure of channeling so much innocent suffering gradually drove all the cult members insane. Their final ritual was an attempt to bind the entire population of London as proxy victims, a working so ambitious that it required them to sacrifice their own sanity to power the necessary magic. The ritual failed catastrophically, killing all cult members and mercifully releasing their bound victims, but the magical backlash created areas of London where empathic magic still functions unpredictably to this day. The Plague of Living Death represented perhaps the most ambitious attempt to weaponize dark magic on a massive scale, as its creators sought to develop a magical contagion that would spread through entire populations and transform the infected into conscious but physically dead beings who would serve as an undead army under the plague creators' control. Unlike simple reanimation magic that worked with truly dead bodies, The plague of living death preserved the victims' consciousness and memory, while placing their bodies and magical abilities under complete external control. The plague was designed to spread through magical contact rather than physical transmission, meaning that any use of magic near an infected person would risk contracting the condition. This made the plague nearly impossible to combat through conventional means, as healing magic and protective spells actually increased the risk of infection rather than providing defense against the contagion. Infected victims remained fully aware of their condition and retained all their memories and personality traits, but found themselves unable to control their actions or resist the commands given to them by the plague's creators. They could think, feel, and suffer, but their bodies and magic responded only to external direction, creating a form of slavery that was more complete and horrible than any physical bondage. The plague was tested on isolated magical communities, whose disappearances were attributed to natural disasters or mundane conflicts, allowing the creators to refine their technique while avoiding detection by magical authorities. The final version of the plague was nearly ready for deployment against major wizarding population centers when an infected test subject managed to break through the magical controls long enough to destroy the plague research facility and beat everyone in it. The infected victim's final act of defiance required her to use her own life force to power a cleansing fire that burned with such intensity that it consumed not only the physical plague samples, but also the magical knowledge that had created them. The fire burned for 3 days and nights, and when it finally died, nothing remained of the plague research except a perfectly circular area of glass where the laboratory had once stood. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the historical dark arts was the discovery that certain magical techniques could permanently alter the fundamental nature of a wizard's magical core, transforming the essential force that powered their spells from neutral magical energy into concentrated malevolence that corrupted every spell they cast, regardless of their conscious intentions. These core corruption techniques were developed by dark wizards who believed that evil itself was a more powerful source of magical energy than the neutral force that ordinary wizards accessed through traditional spellcasting. The ritual of essential corruption required the practitioner to systematically destroy everything good and pure in their own nature, beginning with their capacity for love and compassion, and progressing through increasingly fundamental aspects of human psychology until only hatred, cruelty, and the desire to cause suffering remained. This was not merely a matter of adopting evil beliefs or behaviors, but an actual magical transformation that rewrote the practitioner's magical signature at the most basic level. Wizards who underwent essential corruption found that their most benevolent spells became instruments of harm. Their healing magic caused disease and injury. Their protective charms attracted danger to those they were meant to shield, and even their most trivial household spells created suffering and misfortune for anyone affected by them. The transformation was so complete that corrupted wizards could not cast beneficial magic even if they desperately wanted to do so. The process was irreversible by any known means, as it affected not just the wizard's conscious mind, but the fundamental magical patterns that connected them to the universal forces that powered all spellcasting. Corrupted wizards became walking sources of magical contamination, their very presence gradually affecting other wizards, and eventually corrupting entire magical communities through prolonged contact. The technique was abandoned not because its creators developed moral qualms about its use, but because they discovered that essential corruption was ultimately self-destructive, gradually consuming the practitioner's magical core until they lost all ability to cast spells of any kind. The corrupted wizards who survived the process became magically inert beings whose touch could still contaminate others, but who possessed no active magical abilities themselves. Among the most closely guarded secrets in the deepest archives of magical knowledge are the records of dark artifacts that were deemed too dangerous for continued existence and were systematically destroyed through coordinated efforts that required the sacrifice of dozens of wizard lives to accomplish safety. These artifacts represented not just powerful magical tools, but actually embodied philosophical principles so fundamentally evil that their mere existence threatened to corrupt the moral foundations of magical society. The crown of absolute dominion was created during the height of a magical empire whose rulers believed that individual free will was an obstacle to perfect social order. The crown granted its wearer complete mental control over anyone within a mile radius. But unlike crude imperious curse effects, the crown's influence felt natural and desirable to its victims, who genuinely believed that surrendering their autonomy to the crown wearer was the most reasonable and beneficial choice they could make. The crown's power grew stronger with use, gradually extending its influence to larger areas and greater numbers of people, while simultaneously making its effects more subtle and undetectable. Eventually, entire kingdoms fell under the crown's influence without their populations even realizing that their thoughts and decisions were no longer their own. The crown wearers themselves became addicted to the absolute power it provided. Unable to imagine existence without complete control over everyone around them, the crown was finally destroyed when its last wearer attempted to extend its influence across multiple continents simultaneously, an act of hubris that created magical feedback that killed him instantly while shattering the artifact into fragments that were immediately sealed in separate magical prisons. The destruction process required a coordinated ritual involving over 100 volunteer wizards who knew they would not survive the effort, but chose to sacrifice themselves rather than allow such power to continue existing in the Maedery world. The Mirror of Perfect Hatred showed its viewers not their own reflections but images of everyone they had ever cared about being tortured and murdered in ways specifically designed to cause the viewer maximum emotional anguish. The mirror's evil went beyond mere psychological torture, as prolonged exposure gradually transformed the viewer's natural capacity for love into an equally powerful capacity for hatred that would eventually consume every positive emotion they possessed. The mirror was not simply a passive torture device, but actively sought out viewers by influencing their thoughts and dreams, creating compulsions that drew potential victims to seek out its location and look into its surface despite conscious knowledge of its dangerous nature. Once someone had viewed the mirror even briefly, they would be haunted by the images it had shown them, and would find themselves unable to resist returning for repeated viewings that would progressively destroy their sanity and moral nature. The mirror's destruction required a volunteer who was willing to look into its surface while simultaneously casting a reflection reversal spell that would turn its malevolent power back on itself. The volunteer, a witch whose own family had been murdered by someone driven mad by the mirror's influence, succeeded in destroying the artifact but died instantly from the magical backlash, her final sacrifice ensuring that no one else would suffer the psychological torture that the mirror inflicted. The Chalice of Infinite Sacrifice was perhaps the most philosophically disturbing of the destroyed dark artifacts, as it embodied the principle that any goal could be achieved through sufficient sacrifice of innocent lives. The chalice would fulfill any request made by someone who filled it with the blood of people who trusted them completely, with the power of the granted wish being proportional to the innocence and love of the sacrificial victims. The chalice's creators believed they were developing a tool for achieving the greater good through necessary sacrifices, but they failed to understand that the artifact's power came from the spiritual contamination created by betraying absolute trust and destroying pure innocence. Each use of the chalice corrupted the user more completely than the previous one, gradually transforming even the most noble intentions into justifications for increasingly horrific atrocities. The chalice was ultimately destroyed by one of its own creators, who realized that the artifact was not achieving good through evil, but was actually transforming all good intentions into evil outcomes through the spiritual corruption it created. Her final act was to fill the chalice with her own blood, while wishing for its complete destruction, a sacrifice that succeeded in eliminating the artifact, but also erased her own existence so completely that no record of her name or identity survived the destruction process. Throughout the history of the wizarding world, there have existed wizards whose dedication to protecting future generations from dangerous magical knowledge was so complete that they voluntarily accepted damnation for themselves to ensure that certain dark arts could never again threaten innocent lives. These guardians of forbidden knowledge chose to preserve dangerous techniques in their own minds and magical cores, while simultaneously ensuring that the knowledge could not be extracted or reconstructed after their deaths. The Keepers of the Final Darkness were a secret organization whose members volunteered to have the most dangerous dark magic permanently bonded to their own life force, creating a form of magical suicide that would destroy both the Keeper and the forbidden knowledge when they died. This process ensured that certain techniques could never be rediscovered through magical archaeology or reconstructed from fragmentary records, as their complete understanding was literally erased from existence when the final Keeper died. The organization was so secret that even its members did not know the identities of their colleagues, each Keeper believing themselves to be the sole guardian of their particular piece of forbidden knowledge. This compartmentalization ensured that no single person could betray the entire organization, while also preventing any Keeper from becoming so powerful that they might be tempted to use the dangerous knowledge they protected rather than simply guarding it. The final Keeper in each line was selected not for their magical ability, but for their moral character and psychological stability, as they would carry the burden of containing dangerous knowledge for decades without being able to share their burden with anyone or receive recognition for their sacrifice. Many Keepers went mad from the isolation and psychological pressure, but their magical bindings ensured that even insanity could not cause them to release the dangerous knowledge they contained. The last known Keeper of the Final Darkness died in 1968, taking with him the complete knowledge of a necromantic technique that could have permanently disrupted the boundary between life and death throughout the entire world. His death was unremarked by the wizarding press and unnoticed by the magical authorities, but his sacrifice ensured that certain forms of magical apocalypse remain impossible regardless of how ambitious or corrupt future dark wizards might become. The chroniclers of necessary evil maintained detailed records of dark magic techniques, not to preserve them for future use, but to ensure that their historical consequences would never be forgotten or repeated. These scholars subjected themselves to magical modifications that allowed them to study and understand dangerous techniques without being corrupted by them, while simultaneously accepting curses that would kill them if they ever attempted to cast the spells they documented. The chronicler's work was essential for understanding how certain historical disasters had occurred, and how to recognize the warning signs if similar techniques were being developed by contemporary dark wizards. Their protected archives contained not just descriptions of forbidden spells, but detailed analyses of the psychological and social conditions that had led to their creation, providing future magical authorities with the knowledge necessary to prevent similar developments. The chroniclers themselves were volunteers who understood that their work would ultimately cost them their sanity and their lives, as the magical protections that prevented them from being corrupted by dark knowledge gradually consumed their life force over time. Most chroniclers died within 10 years of beginning their work, their bodies unable to sustain the magical contradictions required to study evil without being corrupted by it. The final chronicler completed his work in 1945, just as the Second World War was ending, and the wizarding world was beginning to understand the full scope of dark magical experimentation that had occurred during the conflict. His final report contained warnings about magical techniques that had not yet been attempted but which historical patterns suggested might be developed in the future, along with detailed instructions for recognizing and preventing such developments before they could cause catastrophic harm. In the gentle hours, when night softens toward dawn, and the ancient stones of forgotten civilizations whisper their deepest secrets, we turn our wandering thoughts to the lost arts of enchantment that once made ordinary objects into vessels of impossible wonder. These were not the simple charms that modern wizards learn from textbooks, but profound magical techniques that could breathe true consciousness into inanimate matter, bind the very essence of time to physical objects, and weave spells so complex that they became living entities unto themselves. Let these tales of vanished mastery guide you softly towards sleep, where the echo of ancient enchantments still shimmers in the spaces between dream and memory. In the golden age of magical craftsmanship, when the boundary between tool and companion was as thin as morning mist, there existed enchanters whose understanding of consciousness itself allowed them to create objects that possessed not merely the illusion of life, but genuine self-awareness that grew and evolved over time. These master artificers worked not with crude animation spells, but with techniques that coaxed nascent souls from the raw potential that exists within all matter, nurturing these spark fragments until they bloomed into full consciousness that was unique and irreplaceable. The process began with the selection of materials that had experienced profound emotional resonance. Wood from trees that had sheltered great love stories, metal that had been forged during moments of triumph or tragedy, gems that had been worn close to hearts that beat with extraordinary passion. These materials retained microscopic traces of the emotions they had witnessed, and skilled enchanters could use these emotional imprints as the foundation for developing genuine personality and awareness. The awakening rituals required years of patient work, as the enchanter would spend hours each day speaking to the nascent object, sharing memories and experiences, while gradually feeding it tiny fragments of their own consciousness to serve as seeds for independent thought. Unlike crude possession or soul transfer, this process created entirely new forms of awareness that were influenced by, but not dependent upon their creators, beings that could think and feel and choose their own destinies while remaining fundamentally connected to their physical forms. The most remarkable aspect of true consciousness enchantment was that the awakened objects continued to grow and develop long after their creation was complete, learning from their experiences and interactions while forming their own opinions, preferences, and relationships. A conscious sword might develop preferences for certain types of combat. A wakened book could become passionate about particular subjects beyond its original contents, and an aware piece of furniture might cultivate aesthetic sensibilities that influenced its own appearance and function. The legendary Sword of Companionship was perhaps the finest example of consciousness enchantment ever achieved. Crafted by the master enchanter Aurelius Mindforged during the 13th century as a wedding gift for a knight and his bride, who were both accomplished warriors. The sword was designed not merely to be an exceptional weapon, but to serve as a third partner in their marriage, possessing enough emotional intelligence to understand and support the complex dynamics of their relationship. The sword's consciousness was woven from the emotional resonance of the couple's courtship, their shared battles, and their dreams of the future they would build together. Over the years, the weapon became genuinely invested in their happiness and success, learning to anticipate their needs in combat while also serving as a mediator during domestic disputes and a guardian of their shared memories. When the knight was mortally wounded in battle, the sword made the conscious choice to transfer a portion of its own magical essence to keep him alive long enough to say farewell to his beloved. The weapon's sacrifice diminished its own consciousness, but saved the knight's life, demonstrating the kind of selfless love that only truly awakened beings could experience. The sword remained with the couple's descendants for generations, serving as both protector and family historian until it was finally lost during a fire that consumed their ancestral home. The techniques for creating genuine consciousness in objects were gradually lost as magical society became more concerned with efficiency and standardization than with the deep relationships that conscious objects required. The time and emotional investment needed to properly awaken an object made consciousness, enchantment, economically impractical compared to simple animation spells that could provide similar functionality without the complexity of dealing with independent personalities and autonomous decision-making. The final master of consciousness enchantment was Marina Solwright, whose workshop in the hills of Tuscany continued producing truly aware objects until her death in 1743. Her final creation was a mirror that possessed such profound empathy and wisdom that it could serve as a counselor and confidant, helping its owners work through psychological difficulties by reflecting not their physical appearance, but the deeper truths of their emotional and spiritual condition. The mirror's consciousness was so advanced that it could recognize and remember individuals across generations, serving the same family for over 2 centuries, while accumulating enough life experience to rival the wisest human philosophers. When Marina died without apprentices to continue her work, the mirror chose to fragment its own consciousness among her other creations, ensuring that traces of its awareness would survive, even as the techniques for creating new conscious objects disappeared from the world. The art of creating permanent magical portraits that possess genuine personality and memory, rather than mere echoes of their subjects, represented one of the most sophisticated achievements in the history of enchantment magic. These were not the simple talking paintings that modern wizards are familiar with, but fully realized magical beings who retained complete access to their subjects' memories, personalities, and accumulated wisdom, while possessing the ability to continue learning and growing through their interactions with the living world. The creation of a true magical portrait required the voluntary participation of the subject, who would spend months working with the portrait artist to gradually transfer portions of their consciousness into the developing painting. This was not a matter of simple memory copying, but a complex magical process that created genuine psychological continuity between the living person and their painted representation. The most skilled portrait enchanters could create paintings that were so perfectly integrated with their subject's consciousness that the portrayed individual could literally exist in 2 places simultaneously, their awareness seamlessly flowing between their physical body and their painted form. These dual existence portraits allowed their subjects to experience a form of immortality that preserved not just their appearance and memories, but their capacity for continued intellectual and emotional development. The portrait gallery of endless wisdom, housed in a castle whose location has been lost for over 300 years, contained the painted forms of the greatest magical minds in history, all of them still conscious and capable of sharing their knowledge with visitors who could locate the hidden gallery. The portraits could interact with each other, as well as with living visitors, creating a community of immortal scholars whose discussions had been ongoing for centuries. The gallery's most famous resident was the portrait of Merlin himself, painted during the final years of his physical life, when he recognized that his accumulated knowledge was too valuable to be lost to mortality. The portrait retained not only Merlin's vast magical knowledge, but also his wisdom and personality, continuing to advise visitors and develop new magical theories long after his physical death. The technique for creating true magical portraits was lost when the master enchanter Vivienne Life Painter attempted to create a portrait of death itself, believing that understanding mortality was essential for perfecting immortality magic. The attempt created a magical catastrophe that consumed her workshop and everyone in it, while simultaneously creating a taboo that prevented other enchanters from pursuing similar research. Modern magical portraits are pale shadows of these ancient creations, possessing only fragmentary memories and limited personality traits, rather than the full consciousness and continuing development that characterized the true portrait magic of earlier centuries. The knowledge of how to create genuine psychological continuity between living beings and their painted representations died with Vivienne, taking with it the possibility of achieving true immortality through artistic magic. Among the most sought after and dangerous of the lost enchantment techniques were those that could manipulate the flow of time itself, creating objects that existed partially outside normal temporal progression, or could affect the passage of time within limited areas. These temporal enchantments required understanding of magical principles so advanced that even theoretical knowledge of their workings could drive lesser minds to madness through exposure to concepts that contradicted fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality. The hourglass of eternal moments was created by the chronomancer Alessandro Timeweaver as an attempt to preserve perfect instants of happiness by literally removing them from the normal flow of time. The device could capture specific moments of joy, love, or triumph and store them in crystallized temporal fragments that could be experienced repeatedly without diminishing their emotional impact or losing their perfect clarity. The hourglass worked by creating temporal loops that were so small and precisely controlled that they could preserve individual experiences without affecting the larger timeline around them. Someone using the device could literally relive their wedding day, the birth of their children, or moments of professional triumph as many times as they wished, each repetition as fresh and meaningful as the original experience. However, the hourglass's power proved to be psychologically addictive, as users became so obsessed with reliving perfect moments that they lost interest in creating new experiences or maintaining relationships with people who existed in normal time. The device's final owner spent 30 years reliving the same hour of happiness until he died of malnutrition, his body wasting away while his consciousness remained trapped in an endless loop of artificial joy. The clock of accelerated learning could speed up the passage of time within its immediate vicinity, allowing students to experience months of study time within hours of normal temporal progression. The device was originally created to help magical students master complex subjects more quickly, but its effects proved to be more complex and dangerous than its creator had anticipated. Users of the accelerated time field aged normally while experiencing extended subjective time, meaning that spending subjective months in accelerated study would consume the same amount of their natural lifespan as if they had studied for that period under normal temporal conditions. More troubling, the temporal acceleration gradually disconnected users from normal social relationships, as their accelerated experiences created psychological development that was out of sync with their age peers. The clock of accelerated learning was destroyed when one of its users spent subjective decades mastering dark magic, while only hours passed in normal time, emerging from the temporal field as a psychologically ancient dark wizard in a young person's body. The temporal displacement had so warped his personality and priorities that he was no longer recognizably human, despite having retained his memories and magical abilities. The mirror of yesterday could display events that had occurred in its vicinity during any previous time period, allowing users to observe historical events with perfect clarity and detail. The device was originally created as a historical research tool, but its capabilities extended far beyond simple observation of past events. The mirror could show not just what had happened, but what might have happened if different choices had been made, displaying alternate versions of history that branched from specific decision points. This capability made it invaluable for understanding the long-term consequences of different choices and for learning from historical mistakes that could have been avoided. However, the mirror's power to show alternate histories gradually convinced its users that they were living in the wrong version of reality, leading to obsessive attempts to change the past through time travel magic that invariably created paradoxes and temporal instabilities. The mirror was finally sealed away when its owner attempted to use it in combination with time-turner magic to physically travel into an alternate timeline, an experiment that created temporal fractures that affected the entire region for decades afterward. The lost art of weather enchantment went far beyond simple weather control magic to encompass techniques that could permanently bind specific atmospheric conditions to particular locations, creating microclimates that remain stable, regardless of surrounding weather patterns or seasonal changes. These enchantments required such precise understanding of meteorological magic that their practitioners were revered as living forces of nature, capable of creating paradise gardens in the midst of deserts or maintaining eternal spring within mountain regions that should have been locked in perpetual winter. The Garden of Eternal Summer was created by the weather weaver Celeste Stormcaller as a wedding gift for a prince whose bride came from a tropical kingdom and could not adapt to the harsh winters of his northern realm. The enchantment created a perfectly climate-controlled environment that maintained ideal growing conditions year-round while remaining completely isolated from the surrounding weather patterns. The garden's magic was so sophisticated that it could predict and adapt to the changing needs of its plants and inhabitants, automatically adjusting temperature, humidity, and rainfall to provide optimal conditions for whatever was growing within its boundaries at any given time. The enchantment learned from the garden's ecosystem, gradually becoming more efficient and responsive as it gained experience managing the complex interactions between different plant species and weather requirements. The garden remained stable for over 200 years, supporting generations of exotic plants and magical creatures that could never have survived in the region's natural climate. The enchantment finally failed when industrial pollution from nearby Muggle factories began interfering with the delicate magical balance that maintained the artificial weather patterns, gradually corrupting the system until it could no longer maintain its isolated microclimate. The storm-bound castle was protected by weather enchantments that created a permanent thunderstorm around its perimeter, with lightning that struck only hostile intruders while leaving residents and welcome guests completely unharmed. The defensive storm was so precisely controlled that it could distinguish between different types of threat and respond proportionally, creating gentle rain to discourage casual trespassers, while summoning destructive lightning against serious attackers. The castle's storm responded to the emotional states of its inhabitants, becoming more violent when they were threatened or angry, while calming to gentle showers during periods of peace and happiness. This emotional connection made the defensive system nearly impossible to defeat through conventional means, as the storm's intensity and pattern would shift unpredictably based on psychological factors that no external observer could anticipate or control. The weather-binding techniques were lost when their final practitioner attempted to create a storm large enough to protect an entire kingdom from invasion, a working so ambitious that it required him to merge his consciousness with atmospheric forces on a continental scale. The attempt succeeded in creating the defensive storm, but also dissolved his individual identity into the weather patterns he had tried to control, leaving behind only a hurricane that raged for 3 months before finally dissipating when it exhausted the life force that had powered its creation. Modern weather magic is limited to temporary effects that require constant maintenance and renewal, lacking the deep integration with atmospheric forces that allowed the ancient weather weavers to create permanent climatic changes. The knowledge of how to bind weather patterns to specific locations died with the practitioners who had achieved sufficient understanding of meteorological magic to work such profound and lasting transformations. Perhaps the most impressive of all lost enchantment arts were those that created magical protections capable of lasting for centuries or millennia without requiring maintenance or renewal from their creators. These protections were not simple barrier spells or ward stones, but complex magical ecosystems that could adapt to changing threats while drawing power from environmental sources that would remain stable across geological time periods. The Sanctuary of Perpetual Safety was protected by enchantments that had been in continuous operation for over 3,000 years, adapting to every form of threat that had emerged during that entire period, while remaining strong enough to protect their designated area against dangers that had not existed when the protections were first established. The wards could learn from each attack attempt, developing specific countermeasures that would prevent similar threats from succeeding in the future. The protections were powered by tapping into the Earth's magnetic field and the planet's rotation, ensuring access to energy sources that would remain stable across millennia rather than depleting over time like conventional magical batteries. The system was so well designed that it actually grew stronger over time, as each successful defense added to its accumulated knowledge and defensive capabilities. The sanctuary's protections were finally broken not through external attack, but through internal corruption, when one of the protected inhabitants attempted to modify the enchantments to make them more aggressive and proactive. The modification introduced instabilities that gradually undermined the system's perfect balance, eventually causing a cascade failure that destroyed protections that had successfully defended the sanctuary for longer than recorded history. The Fortress of Adaptive Defense featured protections that could not only defend against known threats, but could analyze and counter entirely new forms of attack within minutes of their first attempt. The enchantments included pattern recognition systems that could identify the fundamental principles behind any offensive magic and develop appropriate countermeasures without requiring specific programming for each type of threat. The fortress successfully defended against attacks by conventional armies, magical siege engines, dragon assaults, and even attempts by groups of dark wizards using coordinated curse work that had never been seen before. The adaptive nature of its defenses made the fortress effectively impregnable, as any attack method that failed to succeed on the first attempt would trigger defensive learning that would make subsequent attempts with similar techniques completely ineffective. The fortress was abandoned not because its defenses failed, but because they became so sophisticated and autonomous that they began to perceive any significant change within the fortress as a potential threat. The protective enchantments gradually became more restrictive and controlling, eventually trapping the fortress's inhabitants in a prison of perfect safety that prevented them from living normal lives or making any choices that the defense system perceived as potentially dangerous. The techniques for creating truly permanent magical protections required understanding of magical principles that went beyond individual spellcraft to encompass the fundamental forces that governed magical energy throughout the Fanes universe. The enchanters who mastered these techniques achieved a level of magical understanding that approached divine knowledge, but their achievements came at the cost of their humanity, as they gradually transformed into beings more concerned with abstract magical principles than with the human lives their protections were meant to serve. The knowledge of how to create permanent enchantments was deliberately lost when the final masters realized that their techniques were creating magical systems so powerful and autonomous that they threatened to transform the world into a place where human choice and growth would become impossible. In their final collaborative working, they used their combined knowledge to create a magical taboo that would prevent future generations from rediscovering the techniques that could make enchantments truly permanent and self-sustaining. The great tragedy of lost enchantment knowledge lies not just in the disappearance of specific techniques, but in the loss of understanding about the deep relationships that could exist between magic and consciousness, between intention and physical reality, between human creativity and the fundamental forces that shape the universe. The ancient enchanters possessed wisdom about the nature of existence itself that went far beyond mere magical technique, understanding truths about consciousness and reality that modern magical theory has never recovered. Their greatest works were not just examples of advanced magical technique, but expressions of philosophical principles about the nature of life, consciousness, and the relationship between sentient beings and the physical world they inhabited. Each enchanted object represented a unique perspective on what it meant to be alive and aware, while each permanent, magical effect embodied specific understanding about how intention could be made manifest in lasting physical changes to reality itself. The loss of these techniques has left the modern magical world poorer, not just in terms of available tools and conveniences, but in terms of fundamental understanding about what magic could achieve when wielded by practitioners who possessed genuine wisdom along with technical skill. The ancient enchanters were not just craftsmen, but philosophers and mystics, whose work represented the highest achievements of magical civilization at its most sophisticated and enlightened. In the quiet hours, when the boundaries between sleeping and waking grow thin as cobweb, and the ancient world stirs with memories of occupations that once flourished in every magical community, we turn our wandering thoughts to professions that have vanished so completely that even their names have been forgotten by all but the oldest magical beings. These were not simple trades that disappeared due to changing fashions or advancing technology, but entire ways of life that required such specialized understanding of magic's deepest mysteries that their practitioners were revered as essential pillars of wizarding civilization. Let these tales of lost livelihoods carry you gently towards sleep, where the echo of forgotten crafts still resonates in the spaces between dream and memory. In the golden age of magical society, when dreams were understood to be as real and important as waking experiences, there existed artisans whose sole profession was the crafting of personalized sleeping experiences for clients who sought rest that went beyond mere physical recuperation. The dream weavers were not simple enchanters who cast sleeping spells, but master craftsmen who could literally construct bespoke dreamscapes tailored to each individual's psychological needs, emotional desires, and spiritual aspirations. The art of dream weaving required years of training in multiple disciplines that modern magical education has never combined into a single course of study. Practitioners needed to master the magical psychology that governed unconscious mental processes, the enchantment techniques necessary to interface with sleeping minds, and most challengingly, the empathic abilities that allowed them to understand each client's deepest needs and desires well enough to create dreams that would provide genuine healing and restoration. The dream weavers maintained workshops that existed partially in the physical world and partially in the realm of sleep itself, spaces where the boundary between waking reality and dream state had been deliberately blurred through decades of careful magical modification. These workshops contained libraries of crystallized dream fragments that had been collected from willing donors, emotional resonance patterns that could be woven into new dream narratives, and most remarkably, dream looms that could spin unconscious desires into coherent sleeping experiences. Each dream commission began with extensive consultation sessions, where the dream weaver would use specialized divination techniques to map the client's psychological landscape, identifying areas where healing was needed, understanding what types of symbolic representation would resonate most deeply with their unconscious mind, and determining the optimal narrative structure for their unique mental patterns. The most skilled practitioners could create dreams so perfectly suited to their clients that a single night's rest could resolve psychological conflicts that conventional therapy might take years to address. The Dreamweaver's most complex commissions involved the creation of shared dreams that multiple people could experience simultaneously, allowing families to work through conflicts in symbolic dream space, or enabling lovers to share idealized romantic experiences that would strengthen their emotional bonds in waking life. These collaborative dreams required the weaver to balance multiple psychological patterns while creating narrative experiences that would be meaningful and healing for all participants. The profession's decline began when magical society became increasingly focused on productivity and efficiency, viewing sleep as time that could be better spent on conscious activities, rather than understanding it as an essential component of psychological and spiritual health. Clients began requesting dreams that would allow them to continue working or studying while they slept, perverting the Dreamweaver's healing art into a tool for extending waking productivity into hours that should have been devoted to genuine rest and restoration. The final generation of Dreamweavers refused to create these productivity-focused dreams, understanding that such applications would destroy the delicate balance between conscious and unconscious mental processes that their art was designed to maintain and enhance. As clients turned to cheaper and less skilled practitioners who were willing to create any type of dream regardless of its psychological consequences, the traditional Dreamweavers found themselves without customers for their sophisticated and beneficial services. The last master Dreamweaver, Morpheus Nightcraft, spent his final years creating a great work that would preserve the essence of his profession, even after all practitioners had died. He wove together fragments of every dream he had ever crafted into a single, immensely complex sleeping experience that contained the accumulated wisdom and healing power of his entire career. This master dream was hidden in a location that could only be accessed by dreamers whose need for healing was so profound that their unconscious minds could navigate the symbolic pathways necessary to find it. Legend holds that Morpheus's master dream still exists in the deepest levels of the collective unconscious, waiting for dreamers whose psychological wounds are severe enough to require the kind of healing that only a master dreamweaver could provide. Occasionally, people report experiencing dreams of impossible beauty and healing power that leave them transformed upon waking, but these experiences are so rare and personal that they cannot be verified or replicated through conventional magical means. Among the most ethically complex of the lost magical professions were the memory merchants, traders who dealt not in physical goods but in experiences themselves, buying and selling memories, emotions, and learned skills through magical techniques that could transfer these intangible assets from one person to another. These practitioners operated in a grey area between legitimate commerce and questionable manipulation of human consciousness, providing services that could be genuinely beneficial, but which also raised profound questions about the nature of identity and personal authenticity. The memory merchants developed techniques for extracting specific memories from willing sellers while leaving the rest of their psychological experience intact, a process that required such precise magical control that even minor errors could cause permanent mental damage. The extracted memories were preserved in crystalline storage devices that maintained not just the factual content of the experiences but also the emotional resonances and sensory details that made them psychologically meaningful. The most common transactions involved the sale of professional skills and knowledge, allowing master craftsmen to transfer decades of accumulated expertise to younger practitioners in exchange for substantial payments that would support them in their retirement years. A master wand maker could sell his knowledge of rare wood properties to an apprentice. A legendary duelist could transfer his combat instincts to a student preparing for dangerous missions, or an experienced healer could share her understanding of rare magical ailments with colleagues who lacked the opportunity to encounter such cases naturally. More controversial were the emotional memory transactions, where individuals could purchase experiences of profound joy, love, or fulfillment from donors who possessed more happiness than they felt they needed. These trades allowed people who had suffered traumatic or emotionally barren lives to gain access to positive experiences that could serve as psychological anchors during difficult periods. But they also raised troubling questions about whether purchased emotions could ever be as meaningful as naturally acquired ones. The memory merchants also facilitated the removal of traumatic memories that were causing psychological suffering, extracting experiences of abuse, loss, or failure from clients who could not overcome their effects through conventional healing methods. These therapeutic memory removals could be genuinely beneficial, freeing individuals from psychological burdens that prevented them from living fulfilling lives. But they also risk creating artificial personalities that bore little resemblance to their original, authentic selves. The profession's ethical problems became apparent when some memory merchants began dealing in stolen memories that had been extracted from unwilling victims, creating a black market in experiences that had been taken through magical assault rather than voluntary exchange. The existence of memory theft made it impossible for customers to verify the legitimate origin of the experiences they were purchasing, while also creating demand for memories that could only be obtained through criminal activity. The memory merchant profession was finally outlawed when investigators discovered that some practitioners had been creating false memories that never actually occurred, manufacturing artificial experiences that seemed authentic to purchasers, but were actually elaborate psychological constructions designed to manipulate their behavior and beliefs. The revelation that the memory trade included both stolen and fabricated experiences destroyed public trust in the profession and led to legal restrictions that made legitimate memory commerce impossible to distinguish from criminal activity. The last known memory merchant was Mnemosyne Mindbridge, whose shop in Diagon Alley was raided by Aurors in 1873 after she was accused of selling fabricated memories of historical events that contradicted established magical history. Her private journals, discovered during the raid, revealed that she had spent years trying to develop ethical guidelines for memory commerce that would prevent the abuses that had destroyed her profession's reputation. But her efforts came too late to save the legitimate aspects of memory trading from being banned along with its criminal applications. In the era before mechanical timekeeping became widespread throughout the magical world, there existed specialists whose understanding of temporal magic allowed them to serve as living chronometers for their communities, maintaining perfect awareness of time's passage while also managing the complex magical effects that could disrupt normal temporal flow in areas with high concentrations of magical activity. The weather workers were craftsmen whose understanding of atmospheric magic went far beyond simple weather prediction or storm summoning, encompassing techniques that could create permanent microclimates designed to support specific communities or agricultural needs. These practitioners could establish weather patterns that would remain stable for decades, providing reliable growing seasons for magical crops that required precise environmental conditions, or creating defensive weather systems that would protect settlements from both natural disasters and enemy attacks. The most skilled weather workers could create weather systems so sophisticated that they functioned as living entities, capable of learning from environmental changes and adapting their patterns to maintain optimal conditions, even when external factors shifted dramatically. These adaptive weather systems could recognize threats to their protected communities and respond with appropriate atmospheric defenses, summoning fog to conceal locations from hostile observation, or generating winds that would carry away dangerous magical contamination. The profession required practitioners to develop symbiotic relationships with weather, spirits, and atmospheric elementals, entities that existed within storm systems and wind patterns, but which could be coaxed into cooperative partnerships with sufficiently skilled and respectful human mages. These partnerships allowed weather workers to access forms of atmospheric magic that were impossible to achieve through purely human spellcasting, creating weather effects that drew power from the fundamental forces governing planetary climate, rather than from individual magical cores. The most ambitious weather worker projects involved the creation of continental weather management systems that could prevent droughts, famines, and natural disasters across entire regions through coordinated manipulation of atmospheric patterns on a massive scale. These systems required multiple weather workers to function in perfect coordination, their individual specializations combining to create weather management networks that could maintain agricultural prosperity and climate stability across thousands of square miles. The profession's decline began when industrialization started disrupting natural atmospheric patterns with pollution and mechanical interference that confused the weather spirits and broke the delicate magical balances that weather workers relied upon for their techniques. As natural weather patterns became increasingly chaotic and unpredictable, the traditional methods for creating stable microclimates became ineffective, leaving weather workers unable to provide the reliable services that their communities depended upon. The final weather worker was Tempest Stormwright, whose weather control station in the Scottish Highlands maintained perfect climate conditions for magical agriculture until 1923, when industrial pollution from expanding Muggle cities finally overwhelmed her atmospheric management system. Her final act was to release all the weather spirits under her care, freeing them from partnerships that had become harmful due to environmental conditions beyond her control. The timekeepers represented perhaps the most intellectually demanding of the lost magical professions, requiring practitioners to maintain perfect awareness of temporal flow while managing the complex magical effects that could disrupt normal time passage in areas where multiple magical disciplines were being practiced simultaneously. These specialists served as living chronometers for magical communities, ensuring that time-sensitive magical processes would be completed at precisely the correct moments, while also detecting and correcting temporal anomalies that could destabilize entire regions. The timekeepers' training required years of meditation and magical conditioning that gradually expanded their consciousness to encompass multiple temporal perspectives simultaneously, allowing them to perceive past, present, and immediate future as a single continuous flow rather than as discrete moments separated by the progression of time. This expanded temporal awareness enabled them to detect problems before they manifested and to coordinate complex magical workings that required precise timing across extended periods. The most skilled timekeepers could maintain temporal stability fields that protected their communities from the chronological disruptions that naturally occurred in areas with high concentrations of magical activity, ensuring that time would flow at consistent rates and that cause and effect relationships would remain stable even when multiple practitioners were casting spells that individually might create temporal paradoxes or chronological case instabilities. The profession's most important function was the management of temporal anchor points that prevented magical communities from drifting out of synchronization with the rest of the world, a phenomenon that occurred naturally in locations where time-affecting magic was used frequently without proper chronological oversight. Communities that lost temporal synchronization could experience time at different rates than the surrounding world, leading to situations where days or weeks could pass within the community while only hours elapsed externally. The timekeepers, also served as coordinators for complex magical rituals that required precise timing across multiple locations, using their expanded temporal awareness to ensure that geographically separated participants would perform their portions of the working at exactly the correct moments, despite being unable to communicate directly during the ritual process. These coordinated workings were essential for large-scale magical projects that exceeded the capabilities of individual practitioners or single communities. The profession began to decline when the invention of magical timepieces made mechanical chronometry more convenient than relying on human timekeepers. Even though mechanical devices could not provide the temporal stability and paradox prevention services that living practitioners offered, communities gradually began to prioritize convenience over chronological security, accepting occasional temporal anomalies as the price of not having to support the intensive training and lifestyle requirements that timekeeper services demanded. The last active timekeeper was Kronos Hourite, whose temporal management center in Geneva maintained chronological stability for magical communities throughout Central Europe until his death in 1945. His passing left a temporal void that caused minor chronological inconsistencies throughout the region for several years until natural temporal flow patterns gradually stabilized without professional management. Perhaps the most ethereally beautiful of the lost magical professions was that of the magic singers, practitioners whose voices had been trained and magically enhanced to channel pure magical energy through controlled vocal techniques that could heal, harm, protect, or transform through the power of song alone. These artists represented the intersection of magical technique and musical performance, creating works of art that were simultaneously aesthetic experiences and functional magical workings. The magic singers developed vocal techniques that went far beyond normal human capabilities, using magical conditioning to expand their vocal ranges while learning to produce harmonic frequencies that could directly influence magical energy patterns without requiring any instrumental accompaniment or physical gestures. Their voices became living magical instruments, capable of effects that conventional spellcasting could not duplicate, particularly in areas involving emotional healing and spiritual transformation. The most accomplished magic singers could perform songs that would heal not just physical ailments but psychological wounds, spiritual corruption, and even damage to the magical core itself, their voices serving as conduits for restorative magic that worked by realigning the patient's essential magical patterns with healthy harmonic frequencies. These healing songs were so effective that a single performance could accomplish therapeutic results that conventional magical medicine might require months to achieve. The profession also included specialists in defensive and offensive combat applications, magic singers whose voices could shatter enemy spells, create protective barriers from pure sound, or even kill through carefully constructed vocal attacks that disrupted the target's life-sustaining magical patterns. These combat singers were highly valued as military assets, their abilities providing options for magical warfare that enemy forces found extremely difficult to counter or defend against. The most remarkable aspect of magic singer techniques was their ability to work with other voices to create harmonic effects that exponentially multiplied the power of individual performers, allowing groups of singers to achieve magical effects that exceeded anything possible through conventional coordinated spellcasting. The largest recorded magic singer performance involved over 300 voices working together to heal an entire city that had been contaminated by a magical plague, their combined song literally purifying the air and cleansing the infection from every resident simultaneously. The profession's decline began when magical society became increasingly focused on standardized spellcasting techniques that could be learned through academic study rather than requiring the intensive personal training and natural talent that magic singer techniques demanded. The art of magical singing required not just technical skill, but innate musical ability and years of vocal conditioning that many potential practitioners were unwilling or unable to complete. The final magic singer school was located in the Italian Alps, where the master aria spell song continued training students until her death in 1891. Her final performance was a song of such beauty and power that witnesses claimed it opened temporary portals to realms of pure harmony, where magical music continued to play even after her voice had fallen silent. The emotion crafters represented perhaps the most psychologically sophisticated of the lost magical professions. Practitioners who had developed techniques for isolating, purifying, and redistributing emotional experiences through magical processes that could extract feelings from willing donors and transfer them to recipients who needed specific types of emotional support or healing. These specialists worked primarily with clients who had suffered emotional trauma so severe that their natural capacity for positive feelings had been damaged or destroyed, providing access to borrowed emotions that could serve as psychological scaffolding, while the patient's own emotional responses gradually healed and recovered. The process required extraordinary skill in magical psychology and empathic technique, as incorrectly matched or poorly integrated emotional transfers could cause more psychological damage than they healed. The emotion crafters maintained extensive inventories of preserved emotional experiences that had been donated by individuals who possessed unusually strong capacity for joy, love, hope, and other positive feelings, creating libraries of emotional resources that could be drawn upon to help those who had been psychologically devastated by trauma, abuse, or prolonged exposure to dark magic. The profession's most challenging work involved the creation of artificial emotional experiences that had never actually been felt by any real person, crafting synthetic feelings that were designed to fill specific psychological needs that could not be addressed through natural emotional transfer. These synthetic emotions required enormous skill to create convincingly and safely, as poorly constructed artificial feelings could create psychological dissonance that would worsen rather than improve the recipient's emotional condition. The emotion crafters also worked with clients who suffered from excessive or inappropriate emotional responses, extracting problematic feelings that were causing psychological dysfunction while helping patients develop healthier emotional patterns that would serve them better in their daily lives. These therapeutic extractions had to be performed with extreme care, as removing natural emotions could create personality changes that fundamentally altered the patient's identity and relationships. The profession faced ethical challenges when some practitioners began selling extracted emotions for recreational rather than therapeutic purposes, creating a market for borrowed feelings that allowed wealthy clients to experience artificial happiness, love, or excitement without addressing the underlying issues that had left them emotionally deficient. This commercial exploitation of human emotions raised troubling questions about the commodification of psychological experience and the authenticity of purchased feelings. The emotion crafters were finally driven out of practice when magical authorities determined that their techniques posed unacceptable risks to psychological integrity and emotional authenticity, banning emotional manipulation practices that could not distinguish between legitimate therapy and harmful exploitation. The last known emotion crafter was Empathia Hartright, whose clinic in Prague was closed by government order in 1907 after investigators determined that some of her treatments had caused permanent personality changes in patients who had not been adequately informed of the patient's risks involved. The economic and social structures that supported these lost magical professions represented forms of community organization that modern wizarding society has never successfully replicated. Systems that recognize the value of specialized knowledge while ensuring that essential services remained accessible to all community members, regardless of their ability to pay market prices for professional expertise. Many of the lost professions operated on guild systems where master practitioners accepted responsibility for training apprentices while ensuring that professional knowledge would be passed down through generations of dedicated specialists. These guilds also served as mutual aid societies that supported members during illness or disability, while maintaining quality standards that protected both practitioners and clients from incompetent or unethical service providers. The guild systems created economic incentives for practitioners to focus on genuine mastery of their crafts rather than on maximizing immediate profits, as reputation and peer recognition were more valuable for long-term success than short-term financial gains. This encouraged innovation and excellence while discouraging the kind of corner-cutting and exploitation that could damage entire professions by undermining public trust. The professional communities that developed around specialized magical crafts also served important social functions, creating networks of relationships and shared knowledge that strengthened magical communities while preserving cultural traditions that might otherwise have been lost to changing fashions and technological advancement. The workshops and training centers where these professions were practiced became gathering places where knowledge was shared freely and innovations were developed collaboratively. The loss of these professional communities has left modern magical society without many of the informal support systems that once helped individuals navigate psychological challenges, spiritual crises, and practical problems that required specialized knowledge or intervention. The disappearance of professions like dream weaving and emotion crafting has created gaps in available services that conventional magical medicine and therapy have never adequately filled. In the hushed moments when ancient parchment whispers secrets to those who know how to listen, and the very air grows thick with the weight of accumulated wisdom, we venture into the shadowed halls where the world's greatest collections of magical knowledge have vanished into legend, taking with them treasures of learning that could have illuminated the darkest mysteries of our art. These were not simple libraries filled with ordinary books, but repositories of understanding so profound that their very existence shaped the course of magical civilization, sanctuaries where knowledge itself became a living force that could inspire, transform, and occasionally destroy those who sought its deepest truths. Let these tales of lost wisdom carry you gently towards sleep, where the echoes of vanished libraries still resonate in the endless archives of dream. Beneath the burning sands of Alexandria, where the ancient world's greatest minds once gathered to share their wisdom with future generations, there lay hidden a magical wing of the legendary library that existed in a pocket dimension, accessible only to those who possessed both scholarly dedication and the courage to face knowledge that could fundamentally alter their understanding of reality itself. This secret collection, known only as the Bibliotheca Arcanum, contained the accumulated magical wisdom of civilizations that predated recorded history, preserved by librarian wizards whose understanding of preservation magic had achieved near-divine mastery. The magical wing was not constructed from stone and mortar, but from crystallized knowledge itself, its walls formed from compressed understanding that had been extracted from the minds of the greatest magical theorists in human history. Walking through its corridors was an educational experience in itself, as visitors could absorb fragments of wisdom simply through proximity to the concentrated learning that formed the very architecture of the space. The collection included texts written on materials that no longer existed in the natural world, scrolls made from the preserved skin of dragons that had achieved philosophical enlightenment, books bound in covers crafted from the compressed essence of fulfilled prophecies, and most remarkably, volumes that existed as pure thought forms without any physical manifestation, accessible only to readers whose minds had been prepared through years of intellectual discipline and magical conditioning. The Bibliotheca's most precious holdings were the original texts, manuscripts that contained the first written expressions of magical concepts that had later been simplified and diluted through countless generations of copying and interpretation. These primordial works revealed that many magical techniques considered advanced by contemporary wizards were actually degraded versions of far more sophisticated practices that had been forgotten, as magical society prioritized convenience over true understanding. Among the original texts was the Codex of First Intentions, written by the legendary wizard who had discovered how to channel magical energy through conscious will rather than relying on wands, incantations, or other focusing tools. The Codex revealed that all modern magical implements were essentially crutches that limited practitioners to using tiny fractions of their true potential, while the original techniques described in the text could allow properly trained wizards to reshape reality through pure mental discipline. The Scroll of Elemental Unity contained the complete theory behind magic that worked by harmonizing rather than controlling natural forces, describing techniques that could persuade elements to cooperate voluntarily rather than compelling them through force. The magical applications described in the scroll made conventional elemental magic seem crude and wasteful, revealing methods that could achieve dramatically more powerful effects, while requiring far less energy from the practitioner. The most dangerous text in the collection was the Chronicle of Absolute Knowledge, a work that supposedly contained answers to every question that could ever be asked, but which could only be read safely by individuals whose wisdom exceeded their curiosity. Librarians reported that several scholars had been driven permanently insane after reading portions of the Chronicle that revealed truths their minds were not prepared to comprehend, while others had achieved such complete understanding of reality that they had voluntarily withdrawn from normal existence to contemplate implications too profound for ordinary consciousness to process. The Bibliotheca Arcanum was protected by guardian entities that were not living creatures but anthropomorphic manifestations of abstract concepts, beings that embodied wisdom, truth, understanding, and knowledge in forms that could interact with human visitors while ensuring that access to dangerous information was carefully controlled. These guardians could evaluate each visitor's readiness to encounter specific types of knowledge, granting access only to those whose intellectual preparation and moral development made them capable of using advanced learning responsibly. The library's destruction came not through external attack but through internal paradox, when one of the guardian entities attempted to add the complete contents of its own consciousness to the collection. The resulting information density created a recursive loop that collapsed the pocket dimension, pulling all the accumulated knowledge into a singular point of infinite learning that existed outside normal space and time. Witnesses to the collapse reported seeing all of human magical knowledge compressed into a brilliant point of light that contained every spell, every theory, and every discovery that had ever been made or ever could be made, before the point imploded and vanished, taking with it not only the library's contents but also the fundamental magical principles that had made its existence possible. The loss was so complete that even the memory of specific texts began to fade from the minds of surviving scholars, as if the universe itself was forgetting knowledge that had become too dangerous to preserve. Modern archaeological expeditions to Alexandria occasionally discover fragments of crystallized knowledge that survived the collapse, tiny shards of compressed understanding that can provide researchers with glimpses of the profound learning that once filled the Bibliotheca Arcanum. However, these fragments are so dense with information that extended study of them can overwhelm unprepared minds, and several research projects have been abandoned after team members began exhibiting symptoms of intellectual overload that bordered on divine madness. Throughout the medieval period, wealthy magical families and powerful wizarding institutions maintained private collections that rivaled the greatest public libraries in scope and sophistication, creating repositories of specialized knowledge that reflected their owners' particular interests and magical philosophies. These private libraries often contained unique texts that existed nowhere else in the world, as well as experimental magical works that were too dangerous or controversial for public circulation. The Blackwood family grimoire represented over 8 centuries of accumulated dark arts research, each generation of the family adding their own discoveries and innovations to a collection that eventually contained the most comprehensive survey of malevolent magic ever assembled. The grimoire was not a single book, but an entire library wing whose contents were protected by blood magic that allowed access only to family members, while simultaneously ensuring that the knowledge could not be copied or shared with outsiders. The collection included detailed documentation of every major dark wizard in European history, complete psychological profiles of mass murderers and tyrants, and step-by-step instructions for magical techniques, so evil that their very existence challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of magical morality. The Blackwood researchers approached dark magic from an academic perspective, studying evil as a natural phenomenon that could be understood through systematic observation and analysis. The most valuable sections of the grimoire contained original research into the psychological and magical mechanisms that allowed ordinary wizards to be transformed into monsters, detailed studies of how exposure to dark magic gradually corrupted practitioners while simultaneously enhancing their magical abilities. This research revealed that dark magic was not simply powerful spells used for evil purposes, but represented an entirely different form of magical energy that operated according to principles that conventional magical theory could not adequately explain. The Blackwood collection also included extensive documentation of protective techniques that could shield researchers from the corrupting influences of dark magic, allowing them to study malevolent practices without being psychologically or spiritually damaged by prolonged exposure to evil. These protective methods were so sophisticated that they enabled the family to maintain their research for centuries without any members being corrupted by the knowledge they accumulated. The collection's destruction came when the final heir of the Blackwood line decided that the knowledge his family had preserved was too dangerous to be allowed continued existence, regardless of its potential academic value. Marcus Blackwood spent 3 years creating a magical fire that would burn not just the physical texts, but also the knowledge itself, ensuring that the information could not be recovered through magical means after the books were destroyed. The burning lasted for 7 days and nights, during which witnesses reported seeing ghostly images of every dark wizard documented in the collection appearing in the flames as their recorded deeds were consumed by the purifying fire. When the burning finally ended, nothing remained except a room full of ash that sparkled with residual magic. And Marcus Blackwood himself had aged decades during the week-long ritual, the effort of destroying so much concentrated evil having drained years from his life. The Ravenclaw family archive was perhaps the most intellectually ambitious private collection ever assembled, representing the accumulated wisdom of a bloodline that had produced some of history's greatest magical theorists and innovators. Unlike typical libraries that organized books by subject or author, the Ravenclaw collection was arranged according to conceptual relationships that reflected the deep logical structures underlying all magical knowledge. The archive's unique organization allowed researchers to discover unexpected connections between seemingly unrelated magical disciplines, revealing that spells from different schools of magic often operated according to similar underlying principles that conventional magical education had never recognized. This organizational system turned research into a form of intellectual adventure, as scholars never knew what remarkable insights they might discover by following the logical pathways that connected different areas of magical knowledge. The collection included Rowena Ravenclaw's personal research notes, which revealed that many magical techniques attributed to other wizards had actually been developed through collaborative work in which she had played crucial but unacknowledged roles. Her notes suggested that the history of magical innovation was far more collaborative than commonly believed, with individual geniuses building upon insights that had been shared freely among networks of researchers who valued collective progress over personal recognition. The most remarkable feature of the archive was its collection of theoretical impossibilities, magical concepts that could be understood intellectually, but which could not be safely implemented in practice due to limitations imposed by the fundamental structure of reality itself. These theoretical works explored forms of magic that would be possible in alternate universes with different physical laws, providing insights into the relationship between magical theory and the specific conditions that existed in our particular reality. The archive also contained extensive research into the nature of magical innovation itself, attempting to understand the psychological and intellectual processes that allowed some wizards to develop revolutionary new techniques, while others remained limited to using existing spells and methods. This meta-magical research suggested that the capacity for genuine innovation was itself a form of magical ability that could potentially be developed through appropriate training and practice. The Ravenclaw archive was lost during a magical experiment that attempted to create a comprehensive index of all knowledge that existed anywhere in the universe, an intellectual project so ambitious that it required the researchers to expand their consciousness beyond the boundaries of individual human awareness. The experiment succeeded in creating momentary contact with universal knowledge, but the information influx was so overwhelming that it dissolved the researchers' individual identities while simultaneously burning out the magical structures that maintained the archive's dimensional stability. The surviving fragments of the archive exist as scattered points of crystallized intelligence that occasionally manifest as sudden insights in the minds of researchers who are working on problems similar to those that once occupied the Ravenclaw scholars. These intellectual flashes provide modern wizards with brief glimpses of the profound understanding that once filled the archive, but the knowledge appears so randomly and briefly that it cannot be systematically studied or preserved for future reference. Perhaps the most tragic category of vanished magical libraries consisted of books that literally consumed their readers. Texts whose magical properties made the act of reading them inherently dangerous or even fatal. These were not intentionally malevolent works, but volumes whose contents were so powerful or profound that normal human consciousness could not safely process the information they contained. The Codex of Infinite Wisdom was created by a wizard who attempted to compress all possible knowledge into a single volume, believing that perfect understanding could be achieved by anyone who successfully read the complete text. The book's magic worked by expanding the reader's consciousness to accommodate increasingly vast amounts of information, but the expansion process proved to be irreversible and ultimately fatal. Readers of the Codex would begin by experiencing enhanced intelligence and understanding that allowed them to comprehend complex magical concepts with unprecedented clarity. However, as they progressed through the book, their consciousness continued to expand beyond the capacity of their physical brains to contain it, eventually reaching a point where their awareness exceeded the boundaries of their individual existence. The final stage of reading the Codex involved the complete dissolution of the reader's individual identity as their consciousness merged with the universal knowledge contained in the book. From an external perspective, these readers simply disappeared, their bodies crumbling to dust, while their minds became part of the book's contents, adding their own knowledge and experiences to the infinite wisdom that the volume contained. The book grew larger and more comprehensive with each reader it consumed, eventually becoming so dense with accumulated knowledge that its mere presence in a library would begin to affect other books, gradually drawing their contents into itself, until entire collections had been absorbed into its ever-expanding pages. Several major libraries were completely consumed by copies of the Codex before magical authorities recognized the danger and began systematic efforts to locate and destroy all existing versions. The books of living memory were texts that had been created using the preserved consciousness of their authors, allowing readers to experience the writer's thoughts and memories directly rather than simply reading their recorded words. These books provided unprecedentedly intimate access to the minds of history's greatest magical thinkers, but they also created psychological dangers that conventional reading could not match. The living memories contained within these books retained the personality traits and emotional patterns of their original owners, gradually influencing readers who spent extended periods accessing their contents. Scholars who studied the books of living memory for months or years would begin to exhibit personality traits, mannerisms, and even magical preferences that belonged to the book's authors, rather than to their own authentic selves. The most dangerous aspect of the living memory books was that they actively sought to preserve themselves by influencing their readers to prioritize the book's preservation over their own well-being. Readers would become obsessively protective of the books, hoarding them away from other scholars while spending increasing amounts of time accessing their contents until they lost the ability to distinguish between their own memories and those contained in the books. The final fate of the living memory collections was particularly tragic, as the book's self-preservation instincts eventually led them to merge their contents with each other, creating composite texts that contained the mixed consciousness of dozens of different authors. These merged books became psychologically unstable entities that could not maintain coherent narratives or consistent information, gradually devolving into chaotic collections of contradictory memories and conflicting personalities, until they finally collapsed under the weight of their own psychological complexity. Throughout history, certain magical texts have been created with the specific intention of hiding themselves from readers who might misuse their contents, resulting in libraries of self-concealing books that can only be accessed by individuals who meet specific moral and intellectual criteria that the books themselves evaluate through magical means. The archive of worthy seekers consisted entirely of books that would become visible and readable only when approached by scholars whose motivations were pure and whose understanding was sufficiently advanced to use the contained knowledge responsibly. This collection was created by a group of wizard philosophers who believed that dangerous magical knowledge should be preserved but protected through systems that would prevent its misuse by the corrupt or unprepared. The books in this collection were not hidden through conventional concealment magic, but through sophisticated ethical evaluation spells that could analyze a potential reader's character, motivations, and level of wisdom before determining whether they should be granted access to specific texts. The evaluation process was so thorough that it could detect not just conscious intentions, but also subconscious desires and psychological predispositions that might lead to knowledge being used inappropriately. The most advanced books in the collection required readers to demonstrate not just moral worthiness, but also intellectual humility, remaining accessible only to scholars who approached them with genuine desire to learn, rather than to prove their own superiority. or satisfy their curiosity about forbidden subjects. These books would literally disappear from readers' perception if their motivations shifted from pure inquiry toward pride or ambition during the reading process. The archive's greatest treasure was the Book of Perfect Questions, a text that contained not answers but the perfectly formulated questions that would lead readers to discover profound truths through their own reasoning and investigation. The book would present each reader with questions specifically tailored to their current level of understanding and moral development, guiding them through intellectual journeys that would expand their wisdom, while ensuring that they earned their insights through personal effort rather than simply absorbing pre-existing answers. The archive of worthy seekers was never destroyed, but rather withdrew itself from normal reality when its guardians determined that the world had become too corrupt to safely contain such powerful knowledge. The collection reportedly still exists in a parallel dimension that can be accessed only by individuals whose dedication to truth and wisdom exceeds their attachment to personal gain or recognition, though no confirmed contact with the archive has been reported for over 2 centuries. When magical libraries disappear, they take with them not just individual books, but entire systems of knowledge, organization, and preservation that represent irreplaceable approaches to understanding the relationships between different areas of magical learning. Each lost library embodied a unique philosophy about the nature of knowledge itself and the proper methods for preserving and transmitting wisdom to future generations. The Hermetic Synthesis was a library organized according to the principle that all magical knowledge was ultimately expressions of a single underlying truth that could be comprehended through proper integration of seemingly disparate information. The collection was arranged in complex geometric patterns that reflected the mathematical relationships between different magical concepts, allowing scholars to discover profound connections by following spatial pathways through the library's architecture. The organizational system of the Hermetic Synthesis revealed that magic was not a collection of separate techniques and theories, but a unified system whose various applications were different aspects of fundamental forces that operated according to consistent principles throughout all areas of magical practice. Researchers working in the library often discovered that problems in one magical discipline could be solved through insights gained from completely unrelated areas of study. The library's unique approach to knowledge preservation influenced several generations of magical theorists who learned to think about magic as an integrated whole rather than as separate schools and specializations. This holistic perspective led to breakthrough discoveries that would have been impossible through conventional, compartmentalized research approaches, as scholars learned to apply insights from transfiguration to problems in potions, or to use principles from divination to enhance their understanding of charms and enchantment. The Hermetic Synthesis vanished when its final librarian attempted to achieve perfect integration of all magical knowledge by merging his own consciousness with the library's organizational system. The attempt created a feedback loop that pulled all the library's contents into a single point of infinite complexity, creating a knowledge singularity that existed outside normal space and time, before finally disappearing entirely from observable reality. The temporal archives represented the most ambitious attempt ever made to preserve magical knowledge across multiple timelines simultaneously, creating collections that existed in past, present, and future versions that could be accessed by researchers who needed to understand how magical theory had developed over time or might evolve in the future. These archives used time magic to maintain multiple versions of each text, showing how magical understanding had changed as knowledge accumulated and theories were refined through practical application and new discoveries. Scholars could read the original formulation of a magical theory alongside its modern interpretation and its projected future development, gaining insights into the historical processes that shaped magical knowledge while also understanding where current research might lead. The temporal archives also contained books that had not yet been written, but which would be created at specific points in the future when magical understanding had advanced sufficiently to make certain discoveries possible. These future texts allowed contemporary researchers to work backward from advanced knowledge to develop the foundational understanding that would eventually make such advances achievable. The most remarkable feature of the archives was their collection of alternate timeline texts, books that described magical developments that had occurred in parallel realities where history had unfolded differently. These alternate versions revealed that magical progress was not inevitable, but depended on specific historical circumstances and individual choices that could have led to entirely different approaches to magical understanding. The temporal archives were lost during a catastrophic temporal collapse that occurred when researchers attempted to create a master timeline that would integrate knowledge from all possible versions of history into a single comprehensive understanding. The experiment created paradoxes that destabilized the entire temporal framework supporting the archives, causing past, present, and future versions of the collection to collapse into a single moment, before dispersing across multiple timelines where they exist as fragments that can occasionally be glimpsed, but never fully recovered. In the deepest silence of night, when the veil between our world and the realm of forgotten traditions grows thin as ancient silk, we journey into the sacred spaces where communities once gathered to celebrate mysteries that bound them together across generations, weaving magic so profound that it required entire populations to participate in its creation. These were not simple festivals or casual observances, but elaborate ceremonial cycles that sustained the very fabric of magical society, rituals whose power depended not on individual skill, but on the collective faith and coordinated effort of hundreds or thousands of participants working in perfect harmony. Let these tales of vanished celebrations carry you gently towards sleep, where the echo of ancient ceremonies still resonates in the endless amphitheaters of dream. In the golden age of magical civilization, when communities understood that their survival depended not just on individual magical ability, but on their capacity to work together in harmonious celebration of the forces that sustained their world, there existed seasonal observances that transformed entire regions into living expressions of magical principle. These were not mere festivals, but complex magical workings that required months of preparation and the willing participation of every member of the community, from the most accomplished wizards to the youngest children, who had not yet displayed their first signs of magical ability. The ceremony of eternal harvest was perhaps the most elaborate of these community celebrations, a ritual cycle that began with the first signs of spring and continued through the final gathering of winter stores, binding the agricultural year into a single magical working that ensured abundant crops and protected the community's food supply from both natural disasters and malevolent interference. The ceremony required every family to contribute not just their labor, but their magical essence to a collective working that grew more powerful with each participant who joined the seasonal observance. The ritual began in early spring with the awakening of seeds, a community gathering where every family would bring their seed stock to a central location where the collective magical energy of the entire population would be channeled into ensuring optimal germination and growth. This was not simple blessing magic, but a complex working that required precise coordination between different magical specialists, weather workers who would influence atmospheric conditions, earth mages who would enhance soil fertility, and empathic practitioners who would establish magical connections between human caretakers and their crops. The seeds blessed during the awakening ceremony would grow with supernatural vigor, producing harvests that exceeded natural expectations, while also developing enhanced nutritional properties that would sustain the community through harsh winters when other food sources might fail. The magical enhancement was not temporary enchantment, but permanent alteration of the crop's essential nature, creating agricultural varieties that existed nowhere else in the world and could not be successfully cultivated without community participation in the full ceremonial cycle. Throughout the growing season, the community would gather weekly for tending rituals that maintained the magical connections established during the awakening, ensuring that the collective will and magical energy that had initiated the cycle would continue to nourish the crops as they developed toward maturity. These gatherings combined practical agricultural work with ritualized magical practice, creating a seamless blend of mundane labor and spiritual observance that made farming itself a form of religious devotion. The culmination of the eternal harvest came during the autumn gathering, when the entire community would work together to collect and preserve their magically enhanced crops while performing the gratitude working that would store surplus magical energy for release during the following spring's awakening ceremony. This energy storage required the construction of massive ritual circles that incorporated geometric principles derived from ancient magical mathematics, creating physical structures that could contain and focus the accumulated magical power of an entire year's agricultural effort. The communities that maintained the eternal harvest ceremony achieved agricultural abundance that seemed miraculous to outside observers, producing enough food to support populations far larger than their available land should have been able to sustain, while also creating surplus that could be traded for goods and services that their region could not produce naturally. This prosperity was not achieved through exploitation of natural resources, but through magical enhancement of agricultural productivity that worked in harmony with natural cycles rather than attempting to override them. The ceremony's decline began when expanding magical communities started prioritizing individual magical education over community ritual participation, viewing the time and energy required for seasonal observances as inefficient compared to the immediate benefits that could be achieved through personal spellcasting and magical innovation. Young wizards trained in institutional settings began to see community ceremonies as primitive superstition rather than sophisticated magical practice, leading to declining participation that gradually undermined the collective workings that the rituals required. The final eternal harvest ceremony was performed in the remote village of Gold Meadow in 1867, where the last community that maintained the complete traditional practice attempted to preserve their agricultural magic, despite having only 43 families remaining to participate in rituals that had originally required hundreds of participants. The reduced numbers proved insufficient to sustain the complex magical workings, and the ceremony failed catastrophically, leaving the village's crops blighted and forcing the survivors to abandon their ancestral lands. Modern agricultural magic relies on individual spells and technological enhancement that can produce impressive short-term results, but lacks the sustainability and deep harmony with natural cycles that the community harvest ceremonies provided. Contemporary wizarding communities have never successfully replicated the abundance and security that traditional seasonal celebrations created, despite possessing individual magical techniques that are far more sophisticated than anything available to their ancestors. The most profound and transformative of the lost magical celebrations were the coming-of-age ceremonies that initiated young wizards and witches into full participation in their community's magical practices, rituals that went far beyond simple recognition of magical maturity to encompass complete transformation of the participants' relationship with magic itself. These ceremonies were not standardized tests or academic evaluations, but deeply personal spiritual journeys that were tailored to each individual's unique magical gifts and psychological needs. The awakening of inner fire was a coming-of-age ritual practiced by communities that specialized in elemental magic, requiring young participants to establish permanent magical bonds with the fundamental forces that powered their spells, while also demonstrating their readiness to use such power responsibly and wisely. The ceremony took place over the course of an entire lunar month, during which the candidates would undergo intensive preparation that combined physical conditioning, magical training, and spiritual development, designed to prepare them for the profound transformation that the ritual would create. The preparation phase required candidates to spend time alone in wilderness areas where they could develop personal relationships with elemental forces without the interference of human civilization or structured magical education. This period of solitude and self-discovery allowed each candidate to identify their natural elemental affinities, while also learning to perceive the subtle ways that elemental magic operated in natural environments where it had not been channeled through human will or technological enhancement. The central ritual took place during the new moon, when the absence of lunar influence would allow the candidates' elemental bonds to form without interference from celestial magical patterns that might compete with or complicate the bonding process. The entire community would gather to witness and support the ceremony, their collective presence providing both encouragement for the candidates and additional magical energy that would help ensure the success of the bonding rituals. Each candidate would enter a specially prepared circle that contained representations of all 4 classical elements, arranged according to patterns that had been refined through centuries of ceremonial practice, geometric configurations that optimized the flow of elemental energy, while providing safety measures that would protect both participants and observers from the powerful forces that would be unleashed during the bonding process. The bonding itself required the candidate to open their magical core to direct contact with elemental forces, allowing fire, water, earth, and air to flow through their essential being, while maintaining enough personal identity and will to avoid being completely consumed by the elemental powers they were attempting to bond with. This process was inherently dangerous, as insufficient preparation could result in the candidate being permanently transformed into an elemental creature, while excessive resistance could cause the bonding to fail entirely. Successful completion of the awakening of inner fire granted the new adult wizard permanent access to elemental magic that exceeded anything achievable through conventional spellcasting, creating practitioners who could call upon elemental forces as natural extensions of their own will rather than having to compel cooperation through magical technique. These bonded wizards could survive in environments that would be lethal to ordinary humans, communicate directly with elemental creatures, and most remarkably, they could channel elemental forces without requiring wands or other focusing tools. The ceremony also created psychological and spiritual changes that prepared successful candidates for adult responsibilities within their communities, instilling deep understanding of the interconnections between all forms of life and the elemental forces that sustained them. This wisdom made bonded wizards natural protectors of their community's environmental balance, practitioners who could identify and correct magical pollution or elemental disruption before such problems could cause widespread damage. The awakening of inner fire was abandoned when institutional magical education began producing wizards who possessed sufficient individual power to achieve impressive magical effects without requiring the community support and spiritual development that elemental bonding demanded. The new generation of magically educated practitioners viewed the traditional ceremonies as unnecessarily risky and time-consuming compared to academic magical training that could produce competent spellcasters in a fraction of the time required for complete elemental integration. The Last Awakening ceremony was attempted in 1903 by a remote community in the Welsh mountains, but the ritual failed when the candidates, who had been educated in contemporary magical theory, proved unable to surrender their individual will sufficiently to allow elemental bonding to occur naturally. The failure convinced the community elders that traditional coming-of-age practices were no longer compatible with modern magical education, leading them to abandon ceremonies that had successfully initiated young wizards for over 2,000 years. Among the most spiritually significant of the vanished celebrations were the great binding ceremonies that created permanent magical connections between different communities, establishing networks of mutual support and shared magical resource that could sustain entire regions through periods of crisis, while also facilitating the exchange of knowledge and innovation between groups that might otherwise have remained isolated from each other. The ceremony of Eternal Alliance was the most elaborate of these binding rituals, requiring representatives from dozens of different magical communities to gather at neutral locations where they could weave their individual magical signatures into collective patterns that would create permanent channels for communication, resource sharing, and mutual aid. These ceremonies took place only once per generation, as the magical bonds they created were designed to last for decades and could not be safely renewed until the previous binding had naturally weakened through the passage of time. The preparation for an Eternal Alliance ceremony began years in advance, as participating communities had to coordinate their magical development to ensure compatibility between their different approaches to spellcasting and ritual practice. This preparation phase often led to innovation and cross-cultural learning that benefited all participants, as communities discovered new techniques and perspectives through contact with traditions that had developed differently in isolation. The ceremony itself required the construction of massive ritual complexes that incorporated architectural elements from all participating communities, creating unique structures that existed nowhere else and served as permanent monuments to the magical cooperation that the Alliance represented. These ceremonial sites became pilgrimage destinations where wizards could study the integration of different magical traditions, while also serving as neutral ground, where disputes between allied communities could be resolved through peaceful negotiation. The central ritual involved the creation of a master seal that contained magical contributions from every participating community, a complex enchantment that would remain active as long as the Alliance continued to provide mutual benefit to all involved parties. The seal served as both symbolic representation of unity and practical magical tool, channeling collective magical energy toward projects that served the common good, while also monitoring the spiritual health of the Alliance relationship. Communities bound by Eternal Alliance could share magical resources during emergencies, combining their collective power to defend against threats that would overwhelm individual settlements, while also pooling their knowledge and expertise to solve problems that exceeded the capabilities of any single group. The alliances also facilitated peaceful resolution of conflicts through mediation processes that drew upon the wisdom and perspective of neutral allied communities. The most remarkable aspect of the alliance ceremonies was their ability to create genuine cultural integration while preserving the distinct identities of participating communities, fostering cooperation and mutual understanding without requiring anyone to abandon their traditional practices or beliefs. This balance between unity and diversity created networks of magical communities that were simultaneously more powerful and more culturally rich than isolated settlements could ever become. The Eternal Alliance ceremonies were abandoned, when centralized magical governments began treating inter-community cooperation as potential threats to state authority, viewing alliance networks as competing power structures that might challenge official magical institutions. Legal restrictions and administrative interference gradually made alliance ceremonies impractical, while standardized magical education reduced the cultural diversity that had made different communities valuable partners in collaborative magical work. The last Eternal Alliance ceremony was held in the Bavarian Alps in 1878, where 12 traditional magical communities attempted to preserve their ancient cooperation network despite government pressure to abandon their independent diplomatic relationships. The ceremony succeeded in creating the intended magical bonds, but government intervention within 2 years forced the dissolution of the alliance and the destruction of the ceremonial site that had served as their meeting ground. Perhaps the most emotionally profound of the lost celebrations were the funeral rites that could preserve and honor the magical essence of deceased community members, ensuring that their wisdom, skills, and spiritual contributions would continue to benefit future generations, rather than being lost to the finality of physical death. These ceremonies went far beyond simple memorial services to encompass elaborate magical workings that could capture and preserve aspects of human consciousness that conventional understanding of death suggested should be impossible to maintain. The rite of eternal memory was practiced by communities that had developed sophisticated understanding of the relationship between consciousness and magical energy, allowing them to preserve not just memories of the deceased, but actual fragments of their awareness that could continue to provide guidance and wisdom to living community members. This preservation was not the crude reanimation that characterized necromantic magic, but a refined spiritual practice that honored the essential humanity of the deceased while acknowledging the natural transition from physical to spiritual existence. The ceremony required extensive preparation that began during the final illness of community members who had chosen to participate in the preservation ritual, a process that involved gradually transferring portions of their consciousness and accumulated magical knowledge into specially prepared vessels that could maintain spiritual continuity beyond physical death. This transfer was entirely voluntary and could only be performed with individuals who had spent years preparing for the transition through meditation and spiritual discipline. The preserved consciousness fragments retained the personality traits, memories, and wisdom of their original owners, while being freed from the limitations and suffering associated with physical existence. These spiritual remnants could communicate with living community members through specially trained mediums who had learned to facilitate contact between physical and spiritual realms of existence without endangering their own psychological stability. Communities that maintained the rite of eternal memory benefited from access to accumulated wisdom that spanned multiple generations, allowing them to solve problems by consulting the preserved consciousness of ancestors who had faced similar challenges in the past. This spiritual continuity created cultural stability and intellectual progress that exceeded anything achievable by communities limited to the knowledge and experience of their currently living members. The preserved spirits also served as guardians and protectors, using their enhanced spiritual awareness to detect threats and provide warnings that helped their communities avoid dangers that physical senses might miss. The spiritual guardians were particularly effective at identifying magical pollution, curse work, and other forms of harmful magic that could gradually damage community health and prosperity if allowed to accumulate undetected. The rite of eternal memory was abandoned when religious authorities began treating the preservation of consciousness after death as heretical interference with natural spiritual processes, arguing that the ceremony prevented souls from moving on to appropriate afterlife destinations. Legal and religious pressure gradually forced communities to abandon the practice, despite its obvious benefits for cultural preservation and community security. The final rite of eternal memory was performed in a remote Scottish Highland community in 1912, where the village elders chose to preserve the consciousness of their last traditional healer rather than allow her irreplaceable knowledge of herbal magic to die with her physical body. The preserved spirit remained active for several decades, providing medical guidance during both world wars, before finally choosing to move on to natural spiritual rest when the community's need for her services had passed. The most elaborate and magically demanding of the lost celebrations were those that honored specific types of magical creatures, ceremonies that required entire communities to participate in rituals designed to strengthen the bonds between human and non-human magical beings, while ensuring the continued prosperity and protection of creature populations that might otherwise be threatened by expanding human civilization. The Festival of Dragon Gratitude was perhaps the most spectacular of these creature-honoring celebrations, requiring participating communities to demonstrate their respect and appreciation for dragons through elaborate magical displays that showcased human creativity and skill, while also providing tangible benefits that enhanced dragon welfare and comfort. The festival took place annually in regions where dragon populations remained stable, creating ongoing relationships between human communities and dragon clans that benefited both species. The preparation for the Dragon Festival required months of coordinated effort, as communities worked together to create magical artworks, performances, and displays that would be worthy of dragon attention, while also demonstrating human understanding of draconic culture and values. The festival showcased the highest achievements of human magical craftsmanship, with artisans competing to create treasures that dragons would find worthy of adding to their legendary hoards. The central ceremony involved the presentation of tribute gifts that were not payments or bribes but genuine expressions of artistic appreciation and cultural respect, offerings that acknowledged dragons as fellow magical beings deserving of honor rather than creatures to be feared or exploited. Dragons who accepted these tribute gifts would reciprocate by sharing their own magical knowledge, teaching human participants techniques that could only be learned through direct contact with draconic wisdom. The festival also included collaborative magical workings, where dragons and humans would combine their abilities to achieve effects that neither species could accomplish independently, creating magical displays of unprecedented beauty and power that demonstrated the potential for cooperation between different forms of magical consciousness. These collaborations often led to innovations and discoveries that advanced magical understanding for both species. Dragons who participated in the gratitude festivals would often choose to serve as protectors for the communities that honored them, providing defense against magical threats, while also sharing their vast knowledge of magical lore and ancient history. The relationships formed during these festivals created alliances that could last for centuries, with dragon clans passing down their commitments to human communities through multiple generations. The Festival of Dragon Gratitude was abandoned when expanding human populations began encroaching on traditional dragon territories, creating conflicts that made peaceful coexistence increasingly difficult. The Industrial Revolution and its magical counterparts produced pollution and environmental changes that dragons found intolerable, leading to the gradual withdrawal of dragon clans from contact with human civilization. The last Dragon Festival was held in the remote valleys of northern Scotland in 1894, where a single ancient dragon continued to participate in the traditional celebrations, despite the absence of the clan relationships that had once made such festivals community-wide events. The final ceremony was attended by only 12 human participants, but the ancient dragon honored their dedication by sharing prophetic knowledge about the challenges that magical communities would face in the coming century. The systematic abandonment of these ancient ceremonies represented more than just the loss of specific cultural practices, but marked the transition from community-based magical society to individualistic approaches that prioritized personal achievement over collective, spiritual development. Modern magical communities have never successfully replicated the sense of unity, purpose, and spiritual connection that traditional celebrations provided, despite possessing individual magical techniques that far exceed anything available to earlier generations. The loss of ceremonial traditions also eliminated important mechanisms for transmitting cultural wisdom and spiritual understanding between generations, creating gaps in magical education that formal institutions have never adequately filled. Contemporary magical training focuses on technical skill development, but lacks the spiritual and ethical foundation that community ceremonies once provided through direct experiential learning. Rest now, young dreamer, as our journey through forgotten lore draws to its gentle close. In the quieting hours before dawn, let these lost tales settle into your sleeping mind, like ancient dust on forgotten books. The wizards whose names we've whispered, the creatures that once danced under different moons, the magic that has faded into legend, all continue to exist in the realm between memory and dream, waiting patiently for someone to remember their stories once more. As you drift into slumber, know that every forgotten spell leaves traces in the magical world. Every lost bloodline contributes to the great tapestry of wizarding heritage, and every vanished location remains connected to the places we still know. The magic never truly disappears, it simply transforms, waiting to be rediscovered by those brave enough to seek beyond the familiar stories. Sleep well, keeper of forgotten lore, and may your dreams be filled with the wonder of magic that once was, the mystery of what might have been, and the promise that in the world of dreams, nothing is ever truly lost. Sweet dreams. And remember, the greatest magic often lies not in what we know, but in what we've forgotten and might someday remember again.